the all-new Carfax.com.
Tropical storm Cristobal churning towards the Gulf Coast, bringing the threat of dangerous storm surge, rip currents, heavy rain, and flooding. We have teams live on the scene along the coast giving us the very latest. Cristobal won't stop when it reaches the coast. Tropical moisture will surge inland as far north as Wisconsin. And we're breaking it all down for you with expert analysis right here on the Weather Channel. Welcome to our special coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. I'm meteorologist Julie Martin along with hurricane specialist Carl Parker. This tropical system aiming for the coastal cities along the Gulf. Tropical Storm Cristobal maintaining strength as it barrels toward the Gulf Coast. Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida, you are under a tropical storm warning right now. Coastal and flash flooding also a big concern there as heavy rain becomes very widespread. Lake Charles, Louisiana, you are not under any tropical storm warnings right now, but there is a chance for thunderstorms this afternoon. So a lot going on. We want to get into the lab right now with our storm specialist, Carl Parker.
Julie, a couple of key points about this storm. One is that it's not particularly organized right now, and we don't think it's going to strengthen that much. So it's likely to be a strong tropical storm as it moves in, but it's also a very large system, and so it's going to be a long duration event, easily a couple of days of impacts along the northern Gulf Coast. Right now, a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm, and it's moving to the north at 12 miles per hour. And you can see how the weather extends well to the east, well away from that center and on up into Florida, where we have already had a lot of heavy rain and even some tornado warnings. Let's take a look at the forecast track, and really important to remember that what we're looking at here is the forecast for the center of circulation, and we think that that is going to be coming into Louisiana probably late tomorrow. But again, the weather extends well out to the east of that, and you can really clearly see that when we look at the satellite and radar picture combined. You notice here there's a broad circulation. It's easily 500-600 miles away from the weather that is up into Florida right now. Already a lot of heavy rain and some threat for tornadoes extending up into Florida. And then when you look at the picture, the water vapor picture, you can see there's a lot of dry air on the west side of the circulation, wrapping in to the underside and then into the center as well. And that's really important because when you look at this center, there's not a whole lot of thunderstorm activity near the center. And you really have to have moisture wrapped all the way around the circulation for those thunderstorms to grow. And you really have to have thunderstorms all about the center for it to intensify rapidly. And neither of those things are happening, which is not to say that we couldn't see some tightening up and some intensification at the last minute. It's just that it's happening very slowly, and we think that that trend is going to continue. But it is a huge system, an absolutely enormous system with a very large wind field, and what that's doing is driving in water into the coast. So a storm surge warning in parts of Mississippi and Louisiana, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge expected there. We're going to talk more about that later. And then we're going to watch those tropical storm force winds beginning to move in later today. Already winds now gusting to 25 miles per hour in Houma in Louisiana, and this is how it's likely to shape up going through the rest of the day today. Tropical storm force winds coming in tonight and then really stepping up into tomorrow morning. And tomorrow morning is going to be a critical period because that is when we're going to see the high tide. So that's going to coincide with those strongest winds in that concave area of coastline there in Mississippi and Louisiana. And that's when we're expecting to see that maximum water level rise there in parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. So a very dangerous storm, even though it is a tropical storm. And let's go out now to meteorologist Paul Goodlow. He's in Dauphin Island along the Alabama coast. And, you know, Paul, one of the big takeaways from this storm is it's just going to go on and on and on. It's going to be a very long duration event there along the northern Gulf Coast.
And we expect the waves to keep growing and growing as it comes closer and closer as well, Carl. Again, this morning, 2 to 4 foot waves had a squall line come through, and that pushed the waves up to 5 feet. Then that pushed through. Another one came through also 4 to 5 foot waves, but consistently 2 to 4 foot waves, occasional 5 foot waves as well. But when those bands come through, yeah, they scurry everyone off the beach here, except the surface. They stayed in there. But also sometimes these squall bands can have some water spouts as well. We have some video shot about 3 hours ago when our first major squall line came through of, a water spout that came through. And in fact, at one point I did see some video of the water spout coming on shore. And there you go. And it's classified as a tornado if it touches land. Over water, it's a water spout. comes on land as a tornado, but not the typical tornadoes that you see perhaps a little farther inland through the severe months in this part of the South, which is no stranger to severe weather. But that's also an ongoing concern, is tornadoes, not only today from waterspouts, but tomorrow with more of the bands that have circulations coming on shore as well. So this is not going to be a storm like we've been through in previous years, which is some good news, but it's still a threat. We have the high surf warning going in effect starting at 1 o'clock local time. There's a extreme high rip current danger here. In fact, the city of Orange Beach, Alabama, which is east of here on the eastern side of Mobile Bay, they've closed the beaches now, double red flags. You can go on the beach, you just can't get in the water in the city of Orange Beach. No such closings here in Dauphin Island yet, but the rip current danger is still sky high here as well. But I talked to Gene Fox, the city council here, about what the mood is, residents and even visitors here on the island.
It puts everybody on edge, and this is a relatively minor event compared to some other things, but everybody still seemed to take due precautions in moving furniture and things like that, and a lot of folks moved the cars to higher ground.
And higher ground, there's not a lot of it here on Dauphin Island or even the roadway getting back up towards the Mobile area. But we don't think there'll be that much of a storm surge. We're talking not like a 5 or 8 foot storm surge, which could threaten that. But you're going to definitely see a push of water. There's a coastal flood warning, and we do expect also a flash flood watch in the area, because we could see flash flooding because there's also a heavy rain potential. Granted, we're still under a drought, moderate drought in this part of kind of lower and coastal Alabama here, so we could use the rain, but not getting it all in a couple of hours or perhaps just one day could be a big concern. I know, Julie, you have more on one of the bigger impacts with this system. That's the rain and the resulting flooding.
You're absolutely right, and hopefully everyone stays out of the water there off Dauphin Island. Those rip currents are another big concern, Paul, as you mentioned. Right now, though, the tropical storm warnings posted for the north central Gulf Coast, including the cities of, New Orleans is one. Cristobal moving toward the Louisiana coastline right now could make landfall sometime late tomorrow or early Monday. So portions of southwest Louisiana also on alert for flooding as that heavy rainfall becomes more widespread. Quiet there right now in New Orleans, but plenty of moisture with this system, and we are really just getting started. Maybe one of the silver linings in all of this is the fact that Florida, the Panhandle, much of central Florida, has been in a drought, well below average here for the year. So the ground in general is not as saturated as we're getting started. However, we're still looking at the possibility of those flash flood events. So looking at a flood watch right now for Baton Rouge, also for New Orleans, really stretching all the way, though, from Gulfport into the Big Bend, Florida. So really anywhere there along I-10 and south of I-10 even, we're expecting to see could be as much as half a foot of rain coming in maybe by Monday. So we look at Florida, and we're also looking at central to southern Florida being impacted. We're already seeing rain bands and squalls coming in from this massive system. So Tampa to Vero Beach all the way down to Miami. Be on alert for possible flash flooding there as well. As I mentioned, a lot of moisture associated with Cristobal. We've got that tropical moisture kind of situated there between two high pressure systems, so that is all going to be funneling straight ahead to the north. Raining right now where Tevin Wooten is as well, and that's the Florida Panhandle, also under a tropical storm warning. So he joins us now. He's from Pensacola Beach, or near there at least. And Tevin, I can hear the rain coming in.
Yeah, Julie, it's quite remarkable. Good afternoon to you. What happens is you get these outer rain bands that are perhaps 150 miles to 200 miles removed from the center of Cristobal, and all of a sudden, if we go towards the east here, you can see the directions these showers come in, but they're very small and mighty storms. So if we could pull up the radar, I'll show you this storm came through in a matter of minutes. There were dozens of people, almost hundreds of people out here on the beach, not even 5 minutes ago. In fact, right before we came out to you guys, and everyone's grabbing their lawn chairs, they're grabbing grabbing their hats, they're grabbing anything that they brought out because they know that the rain is coming in. But with these outer rain bands, these are small showers. They're coming through. Perhaps we've seen water spouts today spin up here or there throughout some portions of the northern Gulf Coast. But overall, I would go back to this video if we can to show you what we saw at about 8:30 to 9:30 this morning here in Pensacola, Florida. This was another strong outer rain band that came through, perhaps actually one of the strongest and one of the first outer rain bands that we saw earlier today that came through, brought wind gusts to about 25 to 35 miles an hour nearby at Gulf Breeze High School, that on the other side of the Pensacola Bay Bridge. Speaking of the Pensacola Bay, any portion of northeastern portions of Pensacola and any sort of eastward facing beaches, I am concerned about the potential for storm surge flooding, especially for some of the lower lying areas. We've got forecasted storm surge values for Pensacola right around 1 to 3 feet. So if you do live in some of those lower lying areas that are prone to flooding anytime there's a heavy rainfall event, this is likely one that you want to take seriously as well. Of course, this is a tropical storm. We are under tropical storm warnings until further notice, that from the National Hurricane Center. So we do expect another 2 to 3 inches of rainfall at Gulf Breeze High School, or actually at Naval Live Oaks Air Force Base. We actually got about 3/10 or almost 4/10 of an inch of rainfall in a matter of an hour or so. That came right from that outer rain band right around 8:30 to 9:30 this morning. So we're going to keep adding to that rainfall total into the bucket for rainfall as we go throughout the remaining evening hours today and into the overnight. I don't think the worst part of Cristobal is here just yet, especially those outer rain bands that are far removed. They are on their way, pushing onshore. We do have a strong easterly flow. So into Sunday morning, again, high tide right around 11:54, 11:55 on Sunday. So that combined with the easterly flow could certainly start to cause some of the water to build up throughout the channels here in the Pensacola Bay area. That's the latest from Pensacola Beach. Let's go back inside to Julie Martin now. And Julie, just like that, we started the hit. You could hear the rain and wind. Where's it at now? It's gone.
Quick hitter, and it's good to see there aren't a lot of people right now out on the beach or in the water, at least where you're standing. But right now the waves are building across the Gulf Coast. This was a scene in Grand Isle, Louisiana yesterday. You can see the white caps rolling in toward the beach, and Grand Isle, you're under a flood watch right now as Cristobal moves closer to shore. Rainfall amounts of 5 to 8 inches possible in some areas. So of course, Carl, we're concerned about not only rip currents, but also the storm surge and just how big of a factor that's going to be with this particular storm.
Yeah, when it comes to surge, size is everything. So even though this is probably only going to be a tropical storm, because it is such a large storm and the wind field is enormous, we're going to see this big push of water being generated, and that is going to maximize tomorrow morning as we see high tide. So here's a model forecast showing you the rainfall and also the wind coming in, and you watch as the storm gets closer and closer. This is when we're seeing that maximum push of wind coming on shore tomorrow morning there in southeast Louisiana, along with that high tide. So that's going to be a critical period when we could be looking at some life-threatening storm surge in Louisiana and Mississippi. And then the onshore flow continues even after that. So we may see additional water level rises going into Monday morning as well. That's the next high tide Monday morning. So already we're seeing some water level rises, 2.6 feet in Berwick and 1.6 in Dauphin Island. Not yet at that life-threatening level, which is 3 feet and higher. This is what we're thinking about. The National Hurricane Center forecasting 1 to 3 feet of surge all along the Florida coast and then westward into Alabama. And then by the time we get into Mississippi, that's where you start to see that threat for 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. And there's a storm surge warning in effect there. And that has to do partially with the concave nature of the coastline there. Again, we're going to see that push of water coming right into that sort of catcher's mitt, and right at high tide tomorrow morning, that's going to be a critical period, and particularly in the areas that are outside of that really elaborate hurricane risk reduction system that's been put in around New Orleans. That was after Katrina, of course, $14 billion system, and it's very, very effective. But for areas that lie outside of those levees and those floodgates, there certainly could be a water level rise of 3 to 5 feet, and that is very dangerous. And again, tomorrow morning, There's your high tide in Grand Isle, 10:55 in the morning. That is going to be a critical time because the winds are going to be gusting perhaps 50 to 60 miles per hour at that time. So we're going to see the maximum push of water on shore, but we may see some additional water level rises going into Monday morning as well. So coastal flood advisories in effect all around Lake Pontchartrain as well as farther east to southern Alabama and into northwest Florida. Also tropical storm warnings well east of where that center is likely to come on shore because, again, the winds extend well away from that center and out to the east. Julie, over to you.
And Carl, it's not just storm surge we're concerned about, but certainly the severe aspect of Cristobal as well. So we are expecting severe storms. We've already seen some firing up today in places like Florida, even a tornado warning issued a little earlier. So certainly from Tampa Bay down to Fort Myers, Orlando, everyone in line for some severe thunderstorms throughout the day today. And then along the Florida Panhandle back into the southern parishes of Louisiana also could see some spin ups as well as a result. So our Torcon about a 2 here for Florida for today. So we are looking at least a possibility for probably what would be a relatively quick developing spin up here along these areas. And some of those could be waterspouts out at sea as well, those quick hitters, because this moisture is in place. We do have a lot of that right now funneling in here. Here's a look at St. Petersburg, Sarasota, Tampa Bay. You'll notice some pockets in yellow of some heavier rain. Nothing on the severe side right now showing up on live radar. Also over toward Apalachicola, Panama City, Tallahassee. You're getting some of that moisture as well, which will continue to pile up, which is one of the reasons, of course, we are concerned about flooding. Keep in mind, we're just really getting started here with the surge of moisture. We have team coverage of Cristobal for you. Our teams fanned out across the beach areas. We're going to bring you the very latest throughout the day.
A lung cancer day start with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 87 degrees under fair skies. Today, a mix of clouds and sun. High 88. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 71. Winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday, partly cloudy skies, high 91. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The third named storm of hurricane season 2020. We're talking about Tropical Storm Cristobal. We are here in Pensacola Beach, Florida. Welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. About 10 minutes ago, I was in my rain jacket, hat and everything ready to go because we had a rainstorm come through. But what happens over time, fairly quickly in nature actually, as we get the outer rain band, it comes through. The beach here clears out, but now you can see from this direction that way, people are starting to come back out. That's because they are probably watching the Weather Channel, probably watching the radar, which is exactly what you have to do. Of course, you're not going to be able to have a full beach day today. A lot of cloud coverage, not a lot of sunshine. However, the people are coming back out. So the rain comes through, everyone scatters. It's almost like ants at times. The rainfall comes through, you see everybody scattering to grab their belongings and whatnot and get off the beach to go back inside and out of the weather. But then once it dries up, like we have it now, people are coming right back out. But when you do come out here, we've seen lifeguards come through here or there and police the water. One thing you have to watch out for, along with Tropical Storm Cristobal and a strong push of winds, that is the dangerous rip current risk that lies underneath these waves here. Jen Carfagno explains more.
I went to the Gulf Coast of Florida to experience a rip current rescue firsthand.
Rip currents are definitely our most dangerous threat out here, especially on a day like today, small yellow flag days, but a lot of people underestimate it. They swim out, they get stuck. That's where we come in.
Do rip currents pull you under?
No, that's a common misconception. It's a myth of undertow. They pull you out and eventually they'll let you go, but no, they never pull you down.
My training with this lifeguard unit started before we even hit the water. Rips are difficult to spot at sea level, so when you first arrive at the beach, get to a high point, like the stairs at the top of a sand dune. Look for relatively calmer areas between breaking waves. That's where rip currents are likely to form. In fact, they usually begin in the surf zone. The water may be foamy or have debris. It's often darker in color. And pay attention to the scallop look of the shoreline. Rip currents form in the scallops. The safest place to swim is actually at the points of those. If you do get caught in one,
don't panic and don't be afraid to scream for help. But don't panic, you'll wear yourself out, and that's when stuff gets tricky.
You can get safely out of a rip current. Know how to swim before you even get into the water. If you get caught, float, conserve your energy, and then swim parallel to the shore to let the waves guide you in. You can break the grip of the rip.
And speaking of those dangerous rip current risks, you're looking live at the water here at Pensacola Beach, Florida. Lifeguards are coming through, letting people know it is not safe to be in this water. So every time a truck comes through that makes another pass, you can see several people getting out of the water. They're trying to make the best of their beach vacations post-pandemic. I do want to take you through the forecast for the rip current risk across the state of Florida. Moderate rip current risk all the way from Sanibel, Lee and Collier counties in southwestern Florida, all the way up towards Tampa, St. Pete, and then Clearwater Beach, and also Cedar Key as well. That southerly flow is what's causing that rip current risk, and then the easterly flow takes over and upgrades the rip current risk to a high rip current risk from Cedar Key into the Apalachicola Bay through Florida's Big Bend, and of course here in northwestern Florida as well. So Julie, of course, that's one of the impacts coming along with Tropical Storm Cristobal in the water. You do have that rip current risk, but speaking of water though, there's a lot of moisture swinging through and well inland as well with the storm.
Yeah, eventually all of that moisture's got to go somewhere, Tevin, and it is going to move inland and up to the north. So we're going to talk about that. But first, we do have a risk for severe thunderstorms out there today in the plains as well. So looking at least likely some storms beginning to fire up in places, well, really all the way from, say, South Dakota back into Colorado. But later in the week, Jackson, Mississippi, up to St. Louis, Chicago, heavy rain on tap as that moisture will get drawn north as Cristobal pushes inland. So all three areas really running above average for rain as well since the start of the year. So again, some big changes in terms of those images, those pictures coming your way. So today, as I mentioned, we do have that severe weather risk here in the plains. We have a trough moving from the west. So with that, we could see hail, damaging winds, possibly isolated tornadoes, places like South Dakota, kind of the bullseye for that perhaps. So looking right now at some lightning showing up here on live radar. Don't see anything severely warned at the moment, but we are just getting going here. So this will extend not only today, but also into tomorrow as well. Looking at places like Pierre up to Fargo in that zone for potential severe storms coming your way, but anyone here all the way from Montana basically into Minnesota looking at that possibility. So your Torcon for tomorrow is on the lower end, still a 2 or 3, so still a possibility of some, again, isolated tornadoes developing along with this particular line of storms. This cold front that's pushing in, really allowing eventually to really give an oomph to the moisture that is going to be associated with Cristobal and pulling that to the north as well. So with that, we're going to see that moisture well inland into the Mississippi River Valley and farther north.
You may not see them, but next Sunday at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to Dauphin Island. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow here in coastal Alabama. This is a barrier island, and we've been dealing with some of the outer rain bands already from Tropical Storm Cristobal coming on through here. 2 significant bands chased everyone off the beach. Those bands are gone, and now we're seeing people back here. We will see more rain bands kind of come through, but the more intense rain and persistent rain starts later on today and then continues throughout the day on Sunday. And even though landfall will be well to our west, we're talking 2 states away in Louisiana, we're still going to have a lot of impacts here in coastal Alabama. Also east of us into areas of the Florida Panhandle also will see impacts, and the biggest concern is happening right now in the ocean. That's increased wave heights as well as an increased rip current risk. Coming up at 1 o'clock Central Time, which is I guess right now, almost right now, we're going to see a high surf warning go in effect, and we can see some of these waves eventually get to 8, maybe even 10 feet in this area. I know farther east across Mobile Bay and the channel in Orange Beach, they've shut down and closed the actual water. You can come to the sand, but you cannot get in the water because of the rip current danger, which is sky high here. It will remain sky high even after Cristobal makes landfall. We're still going to see a very agitated Gulf of Mexico for a couple of more days. But the big concern is what happens with the rain. Inland flooding well up towards Mobile could be a big concern. I want to go back to our storm specialist, Carl Parker. And Carl, we're hundreds of miles away from landfall of Cristobal, but we're still going to see a lot of impacts. This system is going to have a lot of broad-ranging and wide-ranging impacts well to the east of the center.
Yeah, it's an enormous storm, and that's both good and bad. It's bad in the sense that you've got weather that's well away from the center. It's going to be affecting a huge area, and it's going to be a long-duration event. It's good in the sense that it takes a lot longer for large systems to ramp up in intensity, so we don't think it's going to gain very much intensity in the next day or so. It's probably going to be a strong tropical storm. We can't completely rule out it getting a little bit stronger than that, but at this point, most of the evidence pointing towards a strong tropical storm coming on shore late tomorrow. But again, the weather well ahead of that and already affecting areas well out to the north and east into Florida. So a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm right now. It is moving to the north at 12 miles per hour. This is the forecast for the center of circulation. And, you know, we've said this many, many times, but it's really important to not pay so much attention to the cone, because that's just showing you where the center is going to be. And it can often be that there are impacts that are well outside of that cone. In this case, hundreds of miles outside of the cone, mostly to the east. And here you can see the expanse of weather there. The center of circulation is sitting right about in here, south of New Orleans, but you've got weather that is up into Florida a good maybe 550 miles away from that center. So this is what we mean by a huge sprawling system, and you've got rain now coming up and into the north central part of the state. Some thunderstorms showing a little bit of spin. There's some low-level shear, so tornadoes are going to be a threat today, especially in west central parts of Florida. Also heavy rain coming up into North Florida right now. We're going to watch this big mass of tropical moisture make its way onshore over the next couple of days here, and the result is going to be some very heavy rain. A broad area of 3 to 5 inches of rain along that I-10 corridor, and some pockets of 5 to 8 within that. And as the water is trying to run back out to the Gulf of Mexico in the rivers, it's going to have a hard time doing that because we're going to see an onshore push of water and wind at the same time. So all the way around, that's going to add to the coastal flood risk and the flood risk in general. Huge area of strong winds here coming up into the northern part of the Gulf Coast, and along with that we will see a significant surge threat, particularly in eastern parts of Louisiana and also in southern parts of Mississippi. Let's get over to Julie now with more on the flood threat. Julie?
Yeah, and as you mentioned, we're going to see a lot of that moisture, particularly on the eastern side of Cristobal, and we're already seeing that. So for that reason, those flash flood watches are up here along the Apalachicola all the way over to Pensacola, Mobile Bay. But certainly the flood watch, those creeks and streams and rivers, also going to have to watch out for those once we get into Louisiana. Also throughout much of Florida, for that matter, we're going to see that onshore moisture coming in for the next couple of days, and already getting started with that. So looking at that flood potential all the way through Florida as well. So that tropical moisture, as we mentioned, plenty of it to work with, a massive amount of it. Along that eastern side of the storm, that's where we're going to see the biggest push begin to move in. And certainly this area here, as Carl's been talking about, that concave area here, Louisiana into Mississippi, looking at certainly a lot of that moisture working its way in there. Flooding rain very likely here, in fact, along I-10, south of I-10. Those are some of those areas where we could see pockets of rain in excess of maybe 9 inches or more. Certainly Florida going to be another area to watch for the flooding and the severe weather that we'll talk about as well. Red Cross asking for our help, raising awareness about disaster relief leading into this hurricane season. Donate here.
Oh, we love our new disaster. Next Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Boats docked in marinas along the Gulf Coast, also a big concern for their owners as the storm approaches. Right now, preparations are underway here in Mandeville, Louisiana, which is about 44 miles north of New Orleans on the other side of Lake Pontchartrain. Experienced boaters say properly securing the vessels will be important to help protect the property and minimize damage. So they're out there working hard right now. They've been through this before, very likely, Carl. This is not going to be an event that is going to be, say, like a category, 3 or 4 hurricane, but nonetheless, we're going to be dealing with tropical storm force winds and plenty of storm surge.
Yeah, and in some ways you could look at this as a little bit of a warm-up, Julie, because it's certainly not going to be the worst of storms in terms of intensity. It is going to be very serious in some spots, particularly in southern Mississippi and southeast Louisiana, where we will be looking at life-threatening storm surge, and that is going to maximize tomorrow morning. We'll talk more about that in a moment. We did get a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Still a 50-mile-per-hour storm, so a steady-state storm, at least for the time being. We're not expecting a terrific amount of strengthening from the storm. The official forecast calling for it to be a strong tropical storm as the center comes into Louisiana, most likely late tomorrow. But a lot of the effects of the storm are going to be felt well away from that center. It's an enormous circulation. This weather that is now coming into northern Florida, a good 500 miles away from the center of circulation. And also, if you notice here, you see where there's some clear skies, some drier air that is wrapping around the south side and right into the center of circulation. So it's got some non-tropical or subtropical characteristics. And as long as we have some of that drier air wrapping into the center and we can't get a big area of thunderstorms right about that center, it's going to be a lot more difficult for the storm to intensify very quickly. Here you see this huge area of strong winds coming up into the northern Gulf Coast. So already we are seeing a water level rise in some areas, and that's only going to step up, we think, particularly into tomorrow morning. So the National Hurricane Center forecasting 1 to 3 feet of surge from the Florida coast all the way over into Alabama and parts of Mississippi. But the critical area is 3 to 5 there, Julie, in southern parts of Mississippi and also southeastern Louisiana.
All right, Carl, millions along the Gulf Coast are preparing for Cristobal's arrival. Meteorologist Stephanie Abrams has a look at some tricks at home you can do to make sure your family has clean drinking water.
We all know it's important to have access to water during a natural disaster, but good water can be hard to find. So as you're preparing for a hurricane, here are a few household items that can help you out. Drinking water is essential. If boiling water isn't an option, here's a last-ditch emergency solution: regular unscented bleach. According to the CDC, add just 1/8 of a teaspoon to a gallon of water and wait 30 minutes. This will kill a lot of bacteria and disease-causing organisms in the water. No clear water? You can use socks as a filter to remove debris. Also, socks can double as gloves if you need them. If you want to plan ahead and you have the space, you can freeze water in plastic bags. Not only will this keep your freezer colder longer when the power goes out, but you'll have fresh drinking water when it melts. Having warm water is a luxury when you don't have power, but it's still possible. If it's a sunny day, fill black trash bags with water. Leave them outside all day, and by evening, you'll have warm water to bathe with. And they're reusable. Just a few inexpensive ways to use those household items this hurricane season.
Awesome ideas there, and now is the time to begin doing those things. We have a lot to talk about, including not only the surge, not only the heavy rain, but also the severe weather associated with this particular storm. So severe thunderstorms are expected today. We've already seen some firing up here in Florida. So from Tampa Bay down to Fort Myers, very likely that we could see some more storms, but really throughout the Florida Panhandle, as well as over into southern Louisiana. So on our Torcon scale today, about a 2 for places like Orlando, a 3, slightly higher threat for tornadoes once we get into Tampa Bay. Fort Myers already again seeing a lot of that moisture from Cristobal making its way on shore. Here's a look at that on live radar. St. Petersburg all the way up into Lakeland, seeing some pockets of heavier rain. Nothing severe at the moment, but we're going to be watching for those storms popping. In fact, some storm spotters out there reporting a broad rotating funnel cloud. Here this would be over the Fishhawk area, so that would be just south of Lakeland, and that's the kind of thing, relatively quick hitters, very fast moving little spin ups likely embedded in with all of this rain coming in. A lot of rain now moving its way through Tallahassee, Pensacola as well. Again, nothing severe just as yet, and starting to see some of that rain now work its way back into Louisiana as well. Keep in mind the bulk of that moisture though is going to be on the eastern side of the storm. We want to get back now to Tevin Wooten. He is along the Florida Panhandle from Pensacola Beach. Hey Tevin.
Yeah, Julie, hello to you. We are here in Pensacola Beach, Florida, where we too are anticipating impacts from Tropical Storm Cristobal. We've already seen the far-reaching outer rain bands come through and dump nearly 4/10 of an inch of rainfall here in a short amount of time. And guess what? A lot of the weather is actually coming from the east here, so you can sort of see some of the darkening clouds there. We've perhaps got another rain band or two on the way. But of course, the real danger for a lot of people, if it's not the wind, if it's not the rain and the flash flood threat, it will be here in the water. You can see the waves are churning up right now from the Gulf of Mexico, and far out there along the pier, the red flag is up. It is not safe to get in those waters. We're breaking down the threats of Cristobal next.
Like that. Summer is just better when it starts with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 88 degrees under sunny skies. Today, a mix of clouds and sun. High 88. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 71. Winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday, partly cloudy skies. High 91. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Not even the first full week of June and a week into hurricane season. And folks, we have ourselves our third named storm of the season. The storm name is Tropical Storm Cristobal, and my name is meteorologist Tevin Wooten. Welcome back into our extended coverage of Cristobal. I want to take you here along the beach. We are in Pensacola, Florida, by the way. You can see the lifeguard truck coming through. And occasionally you'll have a couple of people or two that are emboldened to perhaps get into the water. But one thing that is flying right now, the red flag saying the water is closed. What's up, man? He's going through letting people know it's not safe to be in the water right now. So, of course, not only the water is a concern, but the showers that are coming through. We're getting strong flow from the east right now. And occasionally, you're looking at the radar and you're like, oh, I've got about maybe 10 minutes until that one cell or that one outer rain band gets here. But here's the problem. These things are moving so fast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. We don't even have enough time to look at the radar. And by the time the shower moves through, the radar is actually outdated, because you have to keep in mind the radar is showing you what has happened, not what is happening in the future. So you only get that quick glimpse into where the storms are for a brief moment in time. And of course, they're booking it through at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. Where do we go from here in terms of rainfall? Well, we've got about 3/10 in the bucket already. I think we have another 3 to 4 inches of rainfall to get through here along the northern Gulf Coast and here in Pensacola Beach. From here all the way to Gulf Breeze, Carl, and also inland as well into the mainland and Pensacola City proper too. So we'll Continue tracking Cristobal from here, but let's send it into the lab to you.
Yeah, very large system, and it's going to be a long haul for a lot of the northern Gulf Coast. Evan, thank you so much. And here is the latest on the storm from the Hurricane Center, and the advisory has come out early, so 50-mile-per-hour storm, now moving north at 12 miles per hour. So it's holding steady, has not changed since the last advisory. I want to show you what's going on here with the larger environment. You notice that big area of orange on the west side of the circulation. That is drier air that's been wrapping into the south and wrapping into the center as well. That's been an important component of all of this, because as that dry air wraps into that center, you can see there's a real absence of cloud. You see the low-level swirl right in there, and there's hardly any thunderstorm activity because that dry air has spiraled all the way into the center. So as long as that's the case, it's a lot harder for the storm to intensify. A tropical system will intensify when it's surrounded by warm and humid air, and you can get thunderstorms firing up about that center, and that is happening just very slowly in this case, which is not to say that it's not going to get stronger. We think it is going to get stronger, probably will be a strong tropical storm. It's possible that it gets a little stronger than that, but most of the indications are at this point that it's going to be a strong tropical storm. So tropical storm warnings in effect in southern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, over to Florida as well, because the effects are going to be felt well away from that center. You look at the area of 30+ mile-per-hour winds, and you can see this huge area of strong winds, most of which is on the east side of the circulation. So it's what we call an asymmetrical circulation. You've got most of the weather north and east of that center. Winds now gusting to 20 miles per hour in Biloxi. They're going to be stepping up through the day today. This is the wind forecast, so we'll take it into tonight, and we expect to see tropical storm force winds coming in tonight into parts of Louisiana in particular. Then tomorrow morning, that's when it's really going to start cranking in southeast Louisiana and in Mississippi, and that's also when we're going to be nearing high tide. High tide's likely going to be about 11 o'clock in the morning for this area, so we'll see this maximum push of onshore flow into that area of southeast Louisiana and Mississippi right as we've got high tide, and that's when we expect to see that life-threatening storm surge potential tomorrow morning in particular. And we'll talk more about that coming up. Julie, over to you.
Sounds good, Carl. You know, the hurricane hunters will be back at it today to collect more data on Tropical Storm Cristobal. The team gathering up yesterday in Biloxi, Mississippi, where they will take off from today. And scientists will be flying 2 separate missions, one at 3 this afternoon, the other at 5. So they're going to be back out there gathering some of that critical data we really need. We have those 2 missions taking place, one at 3 o'clock today. That's the NOAA plane, and then the United States Air Force Teal at 5 o'clock. Another mission, by the way, planned for tomorrow at 5:15 in the morning. So we take a look here at the NOAA aircraft here based at Linder Airport in Lakeland. 2 P-3s there in their fleet, flies in and through the system at about 1,500 to 10,000 feet, and so that will be certainly one of the planes we're going to be seeing fly today. The Air Force plane based at Keesler in Biloxi, they have 10 of those W-130Js in their fleet, and it will also fly in and through the system at about 1,000 to 10,000 feet. So we'll be looking for that data to be coming in later on. We also have the Gulfstream. Also based at Linder Airport. There's one of these in the fleet as well, and that flies around and above the system way up there at 40,000 feet. So the Red Cross, by the way, asking for our help, raising awareness about disaster relief needed during hurricane season. If you'd like to help, you can donate by going to redcross.org/The Weather Channel.
Domino's is serious about
only thing stronger than us is you.
Tropical Storm Cristobal churning towards the Gulf Coast, bringing the threat of dangerous storm surge, rip currents, heavy rain, and flooding. We have teams live on the scene along the coast giving us the latest. Cristobal won't stop when it reaches the coast. Tropical moisture will surge inland as far as Wisconsin. We're breaking it all down for you with expert analysis right here on the Weather Channel. Welcome to our special coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. I'm meteorologist Julie Martin along with hurricane specialist Carl Parker. Well, this tropical system aiming for the Gulf cities along the Gulf there, Tropical Storm Cristobal maintaining strength as it barrels toward the Gulf Coast right now. Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida, you're under a tropical storm warning right now. Coastal and flash flooding also big concerns there as heavy rainfall becomes widespread. Lake Charles, Louisiana, no tropical storm warnings right now, but a chance for thunderstorms coming your way this afternoon. So we've got a lot to get to out there. Already seeing a lot of moisture on the eastern side of this storm reaching Florida right now, Carl, and we're really early in the game.
Yeah, that's right. It's an enormous system, and thankfully it's holding steady in terms of intensity. We don't expect that it's going to ramp up quickly. It may get stronger before it makes it onshore. It's probably going to be a strong tropical storm as it moves in tomorrow, but the weather is going to be well ahead of that, and already, as you mentioned, we are seeing effects in Florida. So there's the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center, a 50-mile-per-hour storm, now moving north at 12 miles per hour. Here is the forecast track and intensities, and not a lot of change here. Expecting a, again, strong tropical storm to come in. The center moving into Louisiana most likely late tomorrow, but we're going to see weather well out to the east of that center of circulation. The center right now is just about due south of New Orleans, sitting right in there. But when you look at all this weather, it's a good 500, maybe 550, even 600 miles away from that center. So it's a huge, sprawling system. That's good in a way. It's good in that larger systems have a harder time intensifying quickly, and it's also got some other things bothering it, including some dry air. It's bad in the sense that a lot of people are going to be affected by this weather, and it's going to go on for a long period of time. It's going to be a good couple of days of impacts there along the northern Gulf Coast in particular. So we've got a lot of rain now coming through northern Florida. I want you to notice these little guys here, little supercell thunderstorms that have formed offshore, not very far away from Bradenton and Sarasota. There is a lot of low-level shear. Winds are coming out of different directions from the surface to 5,000 feet, and in that environment you can get rotation in the lowest levels of the storm. So we need to watch out for tornadoes today, and we're going to continue to see that threat into tonight. Here's a model forecast showing you how this is going to play out. So that center of circulation with the stronger tropical storm force winds is going to be moving up towards southern parts of Louisiana tonight. That's when we expect to see the steady tropical storm force winds coming in. A lot of rain continuing all across the Gulf Coast. Then we go into tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning is going to be a critical period because that's when we're going to see the co-location of very strong winds there coming into southeast Louisiana and into southern Mississippi, along with a high tide. And so that's when we could see the maximum water level rise. And right now we're looking at potential for 3 to 5 feet of storm surge in southeast Louisiana, outside of that hurricane risk reduction area, which is around New Orleans, and also in southern Mississippi. So you get above 3 feet, that is life-threatening storm surge, and you've got to be out of those areas. And of course, a lot of evacuations have already been ordered in those areas. Then we go into late Sunday. Still got an onshore flow there. Some very heavy rain coming up with the center of circulation in southern parts of Louisiana. And then even into Monday morning, we've still got rain in Louisiana, and we've still got an onshore flow along the northern part of the Gulf Coast. So this is what we mean by a long duration event. Easily a couple of days of weather ahead here for these areas, and that's just getting underway right now. Tropical storm warnings in effect from Louisiana on eastward, but over into the coast of Florida as well, as again that strong tropical storm force wind is going to be felt well out to the east of the center. Well, parts of the Alabama coast bracing for multiple threats, including flooding, rain, and tropical storm force winds. And meteorologist Paul Goodlow is on Dauphin Island with a look at how things are looking there.
People out in the water enjoying the surf here in Dauphin Island, Alabama. The surf has come up throughout the day with some squall lines coming on through. We're generally seeing about 2 to 4 times 5 foot waves here. In general, you typically see maybe only a 1 to 2 foot wave height here in Dauphin Island, but yeah, because Tropical Storm Cristobal is out here in the Gulf, continues to churn up the surf here. Now, a lot of people out on the beach because it's not raining, but this morning we got here around 9 o'clock, or actually well before 9 o'clock. We had dry time. Then at 9 o'clock local time, a huge outer band came through here and chased everyone inside except the surfers. But it also produced this. Yeah, that's a water spout. At least one water spout reported, and also it moved from the water onto land and blew around some tents and some other belongings on the beach there. So that's perhaps our first tornado from Tropical Storm Cristobal here in Dauphin Island earlier this morning. But again, this is a barrier island, so no stranger to winter storms, to tropical storms, or hurricanes. I talked with Gene Fox from the city council here about how residents and even visitors are approaching this tropical storm.
It's probably not a boarding up event, and so there's been no evacuation. Everyone that's in a rental, most of them have stayed there. Several folks have moved to inland or higher ground rentals off the far west end, but a lot of them are still down here.
And higher ground is hard to get to because we're on a barrier island. Even the road leading to Mobile is not that much above sea level. But we don't expect a huge storm surge, at least here. We do expect a lot of rain. And that's going to be perhaps the long-lasting and widespread impact from Tropical Storm Cristobal making landfall sometime tomorrow. And that's going to be the rainfall. We're in a drought. We could use the rain, but having 5 to maybe 8 inches of rain in 12, 18 hours, that could cause some flooding. So we need some rain, just not in a short amount of time. But if this is all this season has, again, the season just started on Monday, the official season, we'll take it. But we know the forecast is for a very active year, and here we are 6 days in, and our third named tropical storm of the 2020 Atlantic hurricane season.
Paul, thank you. Tropical storm warnings posted for the northern Gulf Coast, including cities like New Orleans. Cristobal moving towards the Louisiana coastline right now. Could make landfall sometime late tomorrow, maybe early Monday morning. Right now, quiet in New Orleans, though. Portions of the southwestern Louisiana area also on alert for flooding as heavy rainfall becomes more widespread. And there's going to be plenty of rainfall to go around with Cristobal. One of the things we look at here in terms of our yearly precipitation going into this, Florida has been in a drought much of the year here. There's still some drought throughout Florida, so many of these areas really down in terms of rainfall for the year. So getting some of that moisture that's needed, however, too much too soon leads to the flooding, which is what we're concerned about. Flood watches are up here from Baton Rouge down to Grand Isle, Louisiana. Gulfport also under a flood watch, so those creeks, streams, rivers also at risk for flooding, and then flash flooding very possible here, especially along and south of I-10 along the Florida Panhandle. Also in Florida, though, throughout much of the state, we're expecting to see potential flooding from Cristobal. Already seen a lot of moisture here on the eastern side of the storm getting pushed inward and onto land. So plenty of tropical moisture, a really huge system out here. And we're talking about a long duration event. Again, a couple of days of this really continuing to bring up that moisture and continuing to pile up that flood threat as well. So the tropical moisture through early week making its way onshore here. Certainly could see as much as maybe isolated amounts of even 10 inches of rainfall right along some of those coastal areas. New Orleans at risk, especially some of those southern parishes, which are basically, right there at the Gulf of Mexico. Mobile to Tallahassee looking at also very likely some pockets of flooding at least. And here we look at live radar, and we're seeing quite a lot of that moisture really now from Tampa Bay all the way up into the Big Bend of Florida. Some of that lightning here offshore, and as Carl mentioned, some of these little spin-ups, if you will, some little pockets of storms out over the Gulf right now coming in. So possible flooding expected in green here for much of Florida, really all the way over to Louisiana in the coming days from this. We'll have to really stay on top of it. All right, and right now we're taking a look here at Grand Isle, Louisiana, and the scene there yesterday. You can see the whitecaps rolling toward the beach. Grand Isle, you're under a flood watch right now as Tropical Storm Cristobal gets closer to shore. And here we could see 5 to 8 inches possible in some of these areas. But Carl, as I mentioned, I think that may even be underdone. We could see maybe pockets of 9, 10 inches of rainfall. It's not out of the question.
Yeah, it's going to be a very long duration event, and also as that water is trying to run back out to the Gulf of Mexico, it's going to have a hard time because of the onshore flow, and that's what we want to talk about now, the surge potential, because you've got an absolutely enormous wind field, as we say, or an area of strong winds, which again is primarily off to the east of the center of circulation. It's a huge area, and size is really, really important when it comes to a surge threat, more so than, in a lot of cases, even intensity. When you have a very intense storm that's very, very small, it may not produce very much of a surge threat, or it will be a surge threat in a really limited area. In this case, it's going to be a pretty broad area that sees that water level rise, and because of the nature of the coastline in the continental shelf, we're going to see potentially life-threatening surge in parts of Louisiana and Mississippi in particular. Already a water level rise of 1.5 feet, Dauphin Island, 2.6 feet in Berwick. We are coming off of a high tide, going to low tide tonight, then going to high tide tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning is going to be the critical high tide, and I'll show you that in just a second. Here you see the storm surge potential 1 to 3 feet along the Florida Gulf Coast, and then over into Alabama and parts of Mississippi, and then 3 to 5 feet along the western part of the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and then down along the area near Louisiana and near New Orleans. And that's going to be outside of that hurricane risk reduction system, that very elaborate system of walls and floodgates that was put in after Katrina around New Orleans. So outside of that is where the storm surge warning is in effect, and where we expect that there's going to be life-threatening storm surge flooding. So please be aware of that. Again, tomorrow morning is the critical time, high tide at 11 a.m. Julie, over to you.
Thanks, Carl. You know, the Florida Panhandle under a tropical storm warning right now. Meteorologist Tevin Wooten joins us. He's live from Pensacola Beach. And Tevin, I know you've had at least some bouts of rain coming in. I can see that your shirt's blowing, so it's windy out there as well. Have you seen a lot of people out there and trying to get in the water, which looks kind of dangerous to me?
Yeah, Julie, water is dangerous today. In fact, the water is closed. However, the beach is open, and really one of the first big weekends compared to the past few weeks here in Escambia County and here in Pensacola Beach. I want to bring in the county commissioner here, Robert Bender. Robert, thanks for joining us. I know that throughout the trying times of the coronavirus, and also with a lot of the beaches being closed in the past several weeks, you actually said this weekend and the past two have been high impact compared to 2019.
They have been. We've seen a lot of traffic. We think it's a lot of locals, but we do have all of our hotels open now, and so this is really the first weekend of inclement weather we've had since we reopened the beaches on May 1st.
Take me through your plans for hurricane preparations and how you guys have not only prepared for hurricane season, but prepared in the middle of a pandemic.
Well, one, the state's just coming off its tax-free holiday weekend of a week of hurricane preparedness supplies. So that's one of the things we get started. People can go out and get those supplies. Our emergency operations center is currently active due to COVID, and so all those agencies that would be responding to an event are on standby right now. So we're ready for anything, ready for whatever the season brings us.
In terms of getting out into the water today, what do you guys, how are you getting the message out to people to say the water is closed? I've seen several people try to get in, and then the lifeguard comes through and says no.
Right, so we have a great water safety program here on Pensacola Beach. The lifeguards are flying. When we fly a red flag, that is stay out of the water. And so the lifeguards, instead of manning the guards, are driving along the beach, reminding everybody that they can't get in due to the dangerous surf conditions and undertow.
In terms of preparations for Cristobal, the storm that is impending right now, actually ongoing at this moment, how have you guys prepared along the beach side?
We pulled back our lifeguard towers a little bit to prepare for the storm surge and anything that would come in off the Gulf. We also have some access mats that we rolled up in preparation for what might come this weekend.
What does it look like in terms of hurricane season 2020? BeReady.gov or BeReadyEscambia.gov as an initiative that you guys have.
So we're asking our residents to know your zone because you evacuate by zone. Know your home. How structurally sound is it? Maybe stay in there as long as you can. When an event like this, we aren't anticipating to have too much damage to the area, and then remain safe.
For your residents overall, and for the visitors too that you see come throughout this area this time of year, overall, what is your word of caution or warning to them if they're coming during the middle of hurricane season?
Well, we always need to be ready and be prepared. Again, our lifeguards do a great job of informing guests and residents about the Gulf of Mexico and what that does in terms of the undertow and the current riptides. And so actually we see someone warning some guests right now of what not to do or just inform them, giving them information, which we think knowledge is power. So we like to make sure they know that knowledge of really how dangerous the surf can be, and that's why we have the red flags flying today.
All right, Escambia County Commissioner Robert Bender. Robert, yes, thank you so much for joining us. Julie, let's go back inside to you. I know that the storm is not done just yet. In fact, we're really in the beginning stages of impacts here in the lower 48.
Kevin, thank you. We sure are. And we have to watch out for severe weather with this as well. We've already seen some severe storm warnings throughout Florida as a result of some quick little moving storms here. So possible here from Tampa down to Fort Myers, really along the Florida panhandle over to Louisiana as well. Looking at that possibility of some severe thunderstorms and isolated risk of tornadoes. We're on the 2 and 3 scale here on our Torcon for these areas here in Florida. A lot of moisture coming in already here with Cristobal. We're going to continue to see that. Some pockets of heavier rain and some storms out over the Gulf right now, but really just getting started as that push of moisture comes on the eastern side of Cristobal, and along with that we could certainly see some strong to severe storms. Be sure to check out this if you'd like to help the Red Cross.
Working at Earth next Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 88 degrees under partly cloudy skies. This afternoon, sunshine and clouds mixed. High 89. Winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 71. Winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday, intervals of clouds and sunshine. High 90. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten joining you live from Pensacola Beach, Florida, where we are dry right now. Perhaps a peak of sunshine. What is going on? But yes, dense clouds are here. Rainfall on the way. Another cell about perhaps 8 to 10 miles away. And these things are coming on shore at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. When they come through, they'll dump some rainfall, but they just move right on out because there are a part of the storm's outer rain bands. I think the more consistent and the steady rainfall will be overnight tonight and into our Sunday morning. With this onshore push of winds, we do have a rip current risk. It is high here along the northern Gulf Coast. Speaking of rip current risks, what happens when you get into the water and you get caught in a rip current? Well, meteorologist Jinkar Fagno has more.
I went to the Gulf Coast of Florida to experience a rip current rescue firsthand.
Rip currents are definitely our most dangerous threat out here, especially on a day like today, small yellow flag days, but a lot of people underestimate it. They swim out, they get stuck. That's where we come in.
Do rip currents pull you under?
No, that's a common misconception. It's a myth of undertow. They pull you out and eventually they'll let you go, but no, they never pull you down.
My training with this lifeguard unit started before we even hit the water. Rips are difficult to spot at sea level, so when you first arrive at the beach, get to a high point, like the stairs at the top of a sand dune. Look for relatively calmer areas between breaking waves. That's where rip currents are likely to form. In fact, they usually begin in the surf zone. The water may be foamy or have debris. It's often darker in color. And pay attention to the scallop look of the shoreline. Rip currents form in the scallops. The safest place to swim is actually at the points of those. If you do get caught in one,
don't panic and don't be afraid to scream for help. Let the rip take you out. Eventually it's going to open up into deeper water and the rip will stop.
Knowing how to float is critical.
A rip current can quickly take you out to sea and you won't be able to touch. You've got to conserve energy, float. Don't be afraid.
You see people every day that get stuck in a rip current and they don't want to be embarrassed or cause a scene, so they just sit there and eventually they wear themselves out and without a word they just slip under. Just let the rip take you out. The longest rip current's maybe going to be 15-30 yards, but don't panic, you'll wear yourself out and that's when stuff gets tricky.
You can get safely out of a rip current. Know how to swim before you even get into the water. If you get caught, float, conserve your energy, and then swim parallel to the shore to let the waves guide you in. You can break the grip of the rip.
All right, great information there from one Jen Carfagno. Let's talk about the rip current forecast. It is moderate to high along Florida's Gulf Coast beaches. Moderate all the way from Tampa, Fort Myers, and Lee and Collier counties, and then northbound, perhaps into Florida's Big Bend and Cedar Key. When you get from Cedar Key and you go west at the Apalachicola Bay and all the way to here in northwestern Florida, that rip current risk turns high. So that means it is too dangerous to get into the water. In fact, here in Pensacola Beach, we've seen the lifeguards all morning and all afternoon long going through making sure people are not getting into the water. They do want to advise people the beach is open. The water, however, is not. The water is closed, Julian. With that, another cell from the outer rain bands coming through right now.
I can see that. Going to be an ongoing deal for you there, Tevin, I'm afraid. All right, that's Tevin Wooten for us there in Pensacola. Now, along with the rain, we have also severe weather that's associated with Cristobal. At least it will be eventually. Right now, though, another area to watch here in the plains. We're looking at severe thunderstorms today on tap for places like South Dakota, Colorado. In fact, in Colorado, just issued a severe thunderstorm watch now. This is up until 8 o'clock local time. Does include the city of Denver. So strong to severe thunderstorms expected here with damaging winds and heavy rain. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that as well. Already seeing a lot of lightning showing up here as we get into Colorado, just to the, well, certainly western part of the state. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now. So with this tomorrow, we'll continue to see this energy push a little bit farther here to the northeast, and likely some storms from Pierre all the way up to Fargo. Minnesota also in line for some of that severe weather perhaps, but I think in terms of the Torcon threat, on the low end of the spectrum, a 2 to 3 there for places like North and South Dakota. So what's going to happen with this by the time this continues to push, as I mentioned, to the northeast, Cristobal is waiting down here, and that's going to bring a lot of moisture eventually getting picked up sort of by this trough. And with that, pulling that moisture, helping pull that moisture even farther to the north, we could see it all the way up into Wisconsin by the time we get into the middle part of the week. So a lot of that moisture will just get kind of sucked up into the Midwest here as we move throughout the week as well. So some pockets of pretty heavy rain heading your way. We're going to have to watch for the flood threat when it comes to the Mississippi River Valley, the Mid-South, and eventually into the Midwest as well. We're talking about the early part of the week. Again, Cristobal still out over the Gulf, but all that moisture on the eastern half working its way to Florida right now. But eventually, as it does make landfall, getting carried up the Mississippi River Valley all the way into the Midwest. The Red Cross asking for our help, raising awareness about disaster relief needed during hurricane season. Mind you, we're just getting started. So if you want to help, donate at redcross.org/the Weather Channel. Be sure to stay with us as we bring you the very latest on Tropical Storm Cristobal. Throughout the day, we have teams spread out along the Gulf Coast. Florida, we are on top of it for you, as you'd expect here at the Weather Channel.
Listen.
Weird Earth, premiering next Sunday at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
All right, welcome back into the Weather Channel and our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. We are here in Escambia County along the white sand beaches here in Pensacola Beach, Florida. Not a lot of people on the sand right now. We just had another cell come through, and like clockwork, the cells move in. They are splash and dash showers very quickly, or fairly fast movers. Everyone scatters back in and tries to take cover, and then the rain stops and they'll come back out. So it's an intricate or a delicate dance people are doing to go in and out of the water in the rainfall that's coming along with the outer rainfall bands of Tropical Storm Cristobal. Speaking of water, here in the beach, or here in Pensacola, the water is closed. In fact, we had a lifeguard come through. Take a look at this video here just about 5 or so minutes ago, and a person was in the water, and a lifeguard trying to say not allowed today. In fact, we were speaking with the Escambia County Commissioner earlier, who said that yellow flags is what they anticipated on flying this morning. That meant the water would have been open. However, they were quickly upgraded to red flags here because of the rip current risk. So the lifeguards are saying do not go into the water, and of course it's too dangerous for the lifeguards to go in, therefore it is too dangerous for you to go in as well. Let's go into Carl Parker, hurricane expert. And Carl, the good news with Tropical Storm Cristobal is it's not upgrading, or doesn't look like it's strengthening. The bad news is that it doesn't look like it's weakening either.
Yeah, that's the thing about very large systems. They tend not to change that much in terms of intensity in short periods of time. So while there may be some additional strengthening, and we're thinking it's probably going to be a strong tropical storm, it's probably not going to get much stronger than that. There's an outside chance that it becomes a hurricane, but at this point, all the evidence is pointing towards a strong tropical storm coming on shore. And again, that's in part due to the fact that it's a very large system. When you've got a small system, it can intensify very quickly. And this one is quite the opposite of that. This is an exceptionally large system, and also one that's got a lot of dry air feeding in on the west side and the underside and right into the center of the storm. And that dry air is precluding development near the center, which is what you really need for intensification. So holding steady as of the last couple of advisories at 50 miles per hour, moving north now at 12 miles per hour. And the forecast is the same from the National Hurricane Center, looking for a strong tropical storm to make landfall likely late tomorrow in Louisiana, but the effects will be felt well away from that center. You can really see that when you look at the satellite and radar picture combined. That center of circulation is a good 500 miles away from the rainfall that is coming into the Florida coastline right now. We're going to see a rain of flooding threat and then also a tornado threat in west central Florida, seeing some spinning in some of the cells that are moving up here. And you also notice the absence of cloud nearer that center, and that is that dry air that is wrapping around underneath and coming into the center. So all the way around, it looks like it's going to be intensifying very slowly over the next day or so. Tropical storm warnings in effect in southern parts of Louisiana as well as southern Mississippi and Alabama. There you see the area of 30+ mile-per-hour winds, and you can really see that right-handed nature of the storm, as we call it, an asymmetrical storm where most of the weather is on one side of the storm. And as that wind field continues to move in later tonight, we expect to get into the tropical storm force winds probably tonight in southern Louisiana, and then clearly overnight and into tomorrow. Very strong wind moving in. This is, by the way, going to be a critical period. We've got high tide at 11 a.m. and Grand Isle, and so those areas outside the hurricane risk reduction system in New Orleans are going to be at risk of life-threatening storm surge. The forecast is for 3 to 5 feet of storm surge, and that is going to maximize tomorrow near high tide, which again is going to be from mid to late morning in this area, right as the strongest of winds are coming into the coastline. So that's going to be a really critical time there in southeast Louisiana. Julie, over to you.
And Carl, it's not just the coastal flooding we're concerned about with Cristobal. It is also the inland flooding. We're looking here at flood watches and flash flood watches up here in green, stretching from Louisiana all the way to Florida. And really anywhere south or along I-10 here, we could see pockets of rain over the next couple of days, maybe even in excess of 8 inches or more. So that's really going to pile up. We're also concerned about flooding here throughout much of Florida. A flood watch up for you through tomorrow evening, and already seeing a lot of moisture there on that eastern side of the storm working its way onto the Florida coast. So plenty of tropical moisture, really a huge system here out over the Gulf, still well offshore, but still really pumping that moisture already onshore to particularly western Florida here. So through early this week, it's going to continue to pull into the Louisiana area, bringing lots of flooding rain coming your way. So heads up here. We are looking at Mobile, Alabama, eventually, though, working its way up the Mississippi River Valley and heading up into the north. Right now, as I mentioned here on Live Radar, a lot of that moisture pumping onto the Florida coast. Tampa getting a few storms just north of you. A lot of lightning here, a few pockets of storms out over the Gulf right now. Looking at flash flooding, very likely here, at least through tomorrow morning in green. We'll be back.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Boats docked in marinas along the Gulf Coast, also a big concern for their owners as the storm approaches. Right now, preparations are underway here in Mandeville, Louisiana. That's about 44 miles north of New Orleans on the other side of Lake Pontchartrain. Experienced boaters say properly securing the vessels will be important to help protect property and minimize damage.
Boats that are not properly tied up and they break loose from their moorings, well, the wind and the waves, they have in the past pushed sailboats up onto dry land. And then so when the owners come back, there their boat is high and dry in somebody's front yard. It is quite expensive to have to put your boat back in the water because you have to call a big crane, get them in to pick it up, put it back in the water after you make sure that there's no damage to your boat.
All right, and this is one of those storms that is a really great example of why we don't want anyone to say, oh, it's just a tropical storm. It is such a big storm, and it's going to be producing surge over a very, very large area, hundreds of miles of coastline. And we're talking about life-threatening storm surge in some areas. And when we say big, from the center to the outside edge there of some of that deeper cloud is 500 miles. You've actually got weather that's a good 600 miles away from that center. So an absolutely enormous circulation with an enormous wind field or area of strong winds that is going to be pushing the water, piling the water up. That's one of the biggest things that drives a storm surge threat is the size of the circulation. You can have a very small storm that's really intense, and it will produce some surge in a really limited area, but it's the big storms that produce surge over a large area and are more likely to reach into those higher values of a surge threat. So right now we are seeing a water level rise of 1 to 2 feet plus in some areas in southeast Louisiana. We're going to be going to low tide tonight, but high tide tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning is going to be a really critical period in some areas. And this is the forecast from the National Hurricane Center, 1 to 3 feet of surge along the Florida Gulf Coast, over into Alabama, parts of Mississippi, but then the western part of the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and then down into southeast Louisiana, right where the curvature of the coastline captures more of the water. That's where we've got a 3 to 5 foot storm surge threat and storm surge warnings in effect. That's where it's going to be life-threatening, and that's where you need to be out of that area, particularly tomorrow morning as that storm surge threat is maximized. Julie, over to you.
Carl, thank you. You know, we're just getting started with hurricane season and millions along the Gulf Coast preparing for Cristobal. Meteorologist Stephanie Abrams has a look at some tricks at home you can do to make sure your family has clean drinking water.
We all know it's important to have access to water during a natural disaster, but good water can be hard to find. So as you're preparing for a hurricane, here are a few household items that can help you out. Drinking water is essential. If boiling water isn't an option, here's a last-ditch emergency solution: regular unscented bleach. According to the CDC, add just 1/8 of a teaspoon to a gallon of water and wait 30 minutes. This will kill a lot of bacteria and disease-causing organisms in the water. No clear water? You can use socks as a filter to remove debris. Also, socks can double as gloves if you need them. If you want to plan ahead and you have the space, you can freeze water in plastic bags. Not only will this keep your freezer colder longer when the power goes out, but you'll have fresh drinking water when it melts. Having warm water is a luxury when you don't have power, but it's still possible. If it's a sunny day, fill black trash bags with water. Leave them outside all day, and by evening, you'll have warm water to bathe with. And they're reusable. Just a few inexpensive ways to use those household items this hurricane season.
Great ideas. All right, we are tracking Cristobal here at the Weather Channel, and we do have a severe weather threat along with this storm. Looking at the possibility of strong to severe storms today along particularly that western coast of Florida. We've already seen some strong storms being warned on there. Also places like the Panhandle and southern Louisiana as well. On our Torcon scale, not extremely high, but not out of the question. And what these would likely be would be some really brief spin-ups and water spouts as well associated with this. So a 2 and a 3 on our Torcon scale there in Florida. Looking at live radar right now, seeing plenty of moisture. Mind you, this is that storm still well out over the Gulf. This is moisture coming in on that eastern side of it from Cristobal, St. Petersburg, Tampa up to Spring Hill right now. A lot of that moisture being reported and some storms being spotted here. We are looking at here near Lakeland, Florida, a rotating funnel cloud being reported over Fishhawk. So a broad rotating funnel cloud is according to the storm spotter there. Certainly some of that moisture now working its way into the Panhandle as well, Apalachicola, Panama City, right along I-10, and this will continue to pile up, this moisture, and that is why we're so concerned about flooding, because again, early in the game here, we're just getting started. That storm Cristobal well offshore. Starting to get a few showers coming into Louisiana as we speak, but we're looking at the possibility of the strong to severe storms once again tomorrow as well. We want to get back now to the Florida Panhandle. Meteorologist Tevin Wooten there live from Pensacola Beach. And Tevin, it looks like it's quiet for now, but that could change in, what, a minute or two?
Julie, yeah, it could literally change in about 1 or 2 minutes. In fact, kind of the precursor of a lot of the rain to come. You feel the wind starting to pick up like they're doing right now. So I would say in the next 3 to 5 minutes or so, perhaps another cell coming through, making its way through. And just like that, the beach will probably clear as well. I want to take you to the water. Rough surf here in Pensacola Beach, Florida. In fact, a high risk of rip currents all along the northern Gulf Coast.
Domino's is serious about food safety.
Forecast than that? I have never seen anything like that. Summer is just better when it starts with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 88 degrees under partly cloudy skies. This afternoon, sunshine and clouds mixed. High 89. Winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy. Low 71. Winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday, intervals of clouds and sunshine. High 90. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, we continue our coverage of Cristobal here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten, live for you from Pensacola Beach, Florida, where right now we've got sustained winds between 18 and 20 miles an hour here. Gusts closer to about 23, 24, perhaps even 25 miles an hour. We are dry right now. The people have come out from the resorts and the hotels because, of course, we've all been cooped up for the last 3 or 4 months, and with everything going on, they do want this moment of levity, perhaps their first weekend out in a while. And so they've come out to the beach, and they don't want the tropical storm and the rain to get in their way of their beach plans. So occasionally people come out, they enjoy the beach. Of course, the water is closed right now, but you can still soak up some of the sun, what little sun we have today, on the sand. And then as an outer rain band comes through, people head indoors, but as you can see, they've came right back out. The lifeguard stands, Marshall, go to your right a little bit. Keep going to your right. I want to show you the lifeguard stands here because we were speaking with the Escambia County Commissioner earlier today. He said those lifeguard stands in preparation for Cristobal actually had to be moved back because of the anticipated perhaps storm surge, Carl, and also the rough surf too. You can see the red flags in front of them as well. So the water is closed, the beach is open, but they too here in Escambia County have been preparing for this storm. A couple of people out there enjoying some of the sun as well. Carl.
All right, Tevin, thank you so much. And a very large storm, and because it is so big, it's going to be a long duration event. We've got a couple of days ahead of rain and wind and surge in many areas, and it's not really even going to start to wind down until later Monday for the northern Gulf Coast. So here's the latest from the Hurricane Center. 50-mile-per-hour storm moving north at 12 miles per hour. No change from the last advisory in terms of intensity. We don't expect to see any sort of rapid intensification with this system. If anything, it's going to come up very slowly. It's a very large storm, and large storms tend to not intensify quickly. We're going to see a lot of rain out of the storm, and that's going to come right into southeast Louisiana and into New Orleans. Here's a live look at New Orleans, and we're expecting several inches of rain. Also, really dangerous storm surge outside of the hurricane risk reduction system. That's an elaborate series of walls and levees and floodgates that were put in after Hurricane Katrina. So that's going to do a really good job of protecting the city in a situation like this, but it's areas outside of that system where we could be looking at 3 to 5 feet of storm surge, particularly tomorrow morning as we get high tide. It's going to be late in the morning, and we're going to see the maximum onshore push at that time. So here's the forecast from the Hurricane Center, looking for a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm to come in tomorrow morning. Keep in mind the effects are going to be felt well away from the center, a good 500-600 miles away. We've got rain coming into Florida right now, and not just rain. but actually some severe storms and some storms that are showing some rotation as well. If you see this sort of a pattern that looks something like this, like a little bit of a curly Q, those are rotating cells. Those are all rotating cells that are now just west of Venice and south of Sarasota. So it would not be surprising if at some point we get a tornado warning as those continue to move northward. And there is a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere. You've got winds that are coming out of the southeast at the surface and more out of the southeast at 5,000 feet up. That turning of the wind is enough to get the storms rotating and lead to probably some brief tornado warnings in this area. So we're looking at a 3 out of 10 on the Torcon there in west central parts of Florida. I also want to talk about the structure of the storm a little bit, and there's a lot of dry air on the west side that's wrapping underneath and getting into the center of the circulation. So you see the center is largely devoid of cloud. You can really see that center, and until you get a lot of thunderstorms developing near that center, you're just not going to see any sort of rapid intensification. So that's why we think it is most likely that it's going to be a strong tropical storm as it makes its way onshore late tomorrow. Julie, over to you.
Carl, thank you so much. Right now, though, a strong line of storms heading toward Boston. Taking a live look now at Boston. Right now, it's 86, a really pretty day there, but boy, are things about to change. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch up in the northeast, so this is an area where we're going to be watching for that severe development later on this afternoon into this evening. Already seeing some storms starting to fire up there as well. So from Portland to Boston, Hartford, all in yellow here. This is that severe thunderstorm watch. This goes until 8 o'clock this evening here, and we are looking at a couple of pockets of storms right now that are severely warned, some of them just now to the south and southwest of Boston. So Worcester right there, we've got Providence, Windham, and Worcester counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. This goes until 3:45 for you. These storms racing along here to the east at about 35 miles per hour. Some reports of some trees down, we're told, in places like Brookfield, West Brookfield there, Monson and that area. So again, looking at some storms that are enough to cause some damage as we are looking at the storm reports here. A tree down on Birch Hill Road there in West Brookfield, also in East Longmeadow. Seeing a storm report coming in your way. So we'll watch this for you. Middlesex Province and Worcester. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning in your area.
With Dish, you
Helping you buy better.
Tropical storm Cristobal turning towards the Gulf Coast, bringing the threat of dangerous storm surge, rip currents, heavy rain, and flooding. We have teams live on the scene along the coast, giving us the very latest. Cristobal won't stop when it reaches the coast. That tropical moisture will surge inland as far north as Wisconsin. We're breaking it all down with expert analysis right here on the Weather Channel. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our special coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. I'm meteorologist Julie Martin, along with hurricane specialist Carl Parker. Well, this tropical system aiming for the coastal cities along the Gulf. We want to get the very latest now with Carl, and he's in the lab tracking all of it.
Well, Julie, a couple of really important points about this storm. One is that it's a very, very large storm, and for that reason, we don't expect that it's going to intensify quickly. It's probably going to get stronger. It could very well be a strong tropical storm. We can't completely rule out it reaching hurricane status, but it looks like it's most likely going to be a strong tropical storm. And so certainly it's not going to be the most intense storm in the world, but because it's very large, it's going to have an impact in many, many areas over a huge, hundreds of miles of the Gulf Coast. And it's also going to be a long duration event starting today, getting worse into the evening. Certainly tomorrow is going to be a critical day on the northern Gulf Coast, and it will even continue into Monday for the Gulf Coast and then beyond that as it moves farther inland. So if 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm right now, moving north at 12 miles per hour. The forecast is essentially unchanged from the National Hurricane Center, looking for a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm to move in late tomorrow. That's where the center is going to move in, but the effects are going to be hundreds of miles away to the east. In fact, we're seeing that right now very clearly on the satellite and radar picture combined. That center is about due south of New Orleans, but you've got weather coming into Florida a good 550, 600 miles away from that center. And you also notice the clear sky on the west side wrapping in underneath and also around and into that center. So it's got a little bit of non-tropical characteristics about it, and that too is part of the reason why we don't think it's going to intensify quickly. Right now we're seeing some waves of rain that are largely offshore, some really interesting storms here that are now coming up towards Bradenton and Sarasota. You see this little bit of a shape that has a curly Q on the southwest side. Those are rotating storms that are moving into this area, so it would not be at all surprising to see reports of some water spouts coming up. We may even see a tornado warning at some point, and we do have a 3 out of 10 on the Torcon for western and southwestern parts of Florida, something to consider. And again, that is well away from the center of this storm. Here's a look at the wind field, and you've got an area of 30+ mile-per-hour winds that is largely on the east side of the circulation. Again, a very asymmetrical circulation, and that strong wind field is just about ready to come in. It's going to be stepping up through the night tonight in southern parts of Louisiana, so we expect to see tropical storm force winds by tonight. Here's the model forecast going from now into this evening. But the critical period is going to be tomorrow morning, because not only are we going to see very strong winds, 40, 50 miles per hour in New Orleans, but also we've got a high tide tomorrow morning. So you've got a maximum onshore push at that time, and also a high tide southeast Louisiana and southern parts of Mississippi, which means a maximum potential water level rise. There could be life-threatening storm surge there in parts of eastern Louisiana and southern Mississippi, and we're going to talk more about that coming up in a few minutes. Well, the Florida Panhandle also under a tropical storm warning. Meteorologist Tevin Wooten joins us live now from Pensacola Beach. And Tevin, it's amazing how quickly the weather can change there with these far outer bands moving in slowly.
Yeah, welcome back into Pensacola Beach, Florida. Meteorologist Tevin Wooten here, having some technical difficulties in terms of hearing, but I want to show you what we are seeing right now, because one thing that I am hearing is the rainfall hitting against my hood right now. I've actually been watching here over the past 5 to 10 minutes or so. Notice there's 1, 2, 3, 4 kite surfers out there. Lifeguards are going through, making sure people are not getting out in the water. Of course, there are a few people not heeding the warnings here. The beaches are open, the water is closed, of course, because of the rough surf out there. I'm sure they are great swimmers, but right now we do have a high rip current risk, so it is too dangerous to be out in the water. We've also got a couple of cells coming through the far-reaching outer bands of Tropical Storm Cristobal. And one thing that I want to do, can we pull up the radar really quickly and maybe have a two-shot of the flow from the east here with the radar, and then perhaps also with the sky conditions, because over time these cells are coming in at about 20, maybe 25 miles an hour. We're trying to figure out what is the rhythm here of how they appear. Well, the only precursor that I can tell, other than looking at the radar and looking at the clouds myself, I am able to kind of feel the winds that come through, and we get these strong gusts or spurts of winds with gusts between 30 and maybe even 35 miles an hour. And then as that kind of precursor gust comes through, and then the rain does start to fall. So I would be interested to see if that comes to fruition here over the next perhaps 5 to 6 minutes or so. I think closer to 2:07, we might have another outer rain band come through. Drops, just quick rainfall, splasher dash showers here, no necessarily rhyme or reason. When that happens, though, of course, everyone out on the beach does scatter. They go back into the hotels and the resorts to get out of the rainfall. Once the rainfall does clear, they do come back out. So I'm going to look really quickly on the radar and see what I can tell. And if I'm going too long, you guys just let me know. So this is about 2 miles away. Well, not even 2 miles away, practically about a mile to a mile and a half. So you're only talking about a matter of 5 or 6 minutes or so for head time in terms of when some of the strongest storms or when some of the strongest outer rain bands are coming through. One thing that you do have to watch for, you really can't see it on the radar, do we get any sort of brief spin-ups that happen here, any lowering of the clouds? and water spouts that may or may not appear. And so they're wrapping me right now. That's not a wrap for what's going on out there over the open waters, but that it's a wrap for my time right now. And just like that, closer to 205, so a little bit off. I said 207. Here comes another outer rain band cell. Guys, let's go back into you.
Pretty close there. All right, Tevin, thank you so much for that. And Tevin getting wet on and off throughout the day there in Pensacola. Tropical storm warnings posted for the north central Gulf Coast, including the cities like New Orleans. Cristobal moving toward the Louisiana coast right now. Could make landfall sometime late tomorrow, maybe early Monday. And portions of the southwestern Louisiana parishes also are on alert for flooding as heavy rainfall does become more widespread. So starting to really see the clouds build in there in Louisiana right now, in New Orleans. We are concerned about flooding with this system. That is going to be one of the big takeaways, I believe, with this particular storm. We take a look at some of the factors going into this, and one of the factors is the fact that Florida has been in a drought for most of the year, still dealing with some drought, but very dry across Florida, the central Florida area, the Florida panhandle. So this moisture coming in, it is needed. However, too much too soon, and we get flooding, and we are concerned about that. Not only the flash flooding you see here in the brighter green colors along the panhandle, but for those rivers and tributaries there in New Orleans as well. So a flood watch also up there for you in Louisiana, extending up to Baton Rouge. And in Florida itself here, the central Florida area, really all the way down in Miami and the Keys, looking at the possibility of flooding coming your way. We're already seeing a tremendous amount of moisture being pushed on shore in Florida, while Cristobal is still well offshore, several hundred miles. So a really massive system, still plenty of moisture to work with heading your way. And that's what we're concerned about. Also kind of a long duration event here. It's going to be a couple of days of this onshore flow. And unfortunately with that, Carl, we could certainly see that flooding, maybe rains in excess of 10 inches in some areas.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the big impacts from the storm. And as that water falls on the land and tries to run back out to the Gulf of Mexico, it's going to have a hard time, which is going to add to the flood threat because of the big onshore push. Here you see the wind forecast, and there's this enormous area of strong winds. That's called the wind field. And that big wind field is going to be piling up the water. Already we're seeing some modest water level rises, 1 to 2 feet in some areas. We're going to low tide tonight, but we do expect there's going to be potential for a 1 to 3-foot water level rise along the Florida Gulf Coast and westward into Alabama, and then 3 to 5 there along the western Mississippi Gulf Coast and into southeast Louisiana. That is where a storm surge warning is in effect for life-threatening storm surge flooding, and the critical time is going to be tomorrow morning. That's when we're going to see the maximum push of onshore winds. Winds could be steady at 40, 50 miles per hour, and also a high tide will be occurring in these areas in Grand Isle, Louisiana, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. So that's when we could see the maximum push of water on shore. And we're still going to see an onshore flow even into Monday morning as well, and another high tide at 11:40 on Monday morning in Grand Isle. So here's a look at the wind forecast, and you see those winds really stepping up there. That again is that critical period, and coastal flood advisories in effect going into tomorrow there around Lake Pontchartrain, also in Alabama. So water making its way into a lot of those waterways there, the bays and the inlets, and also flood alerts, flood watches in effect. And as I mentioned, you've got this dual effect here where you've got very heavy rain coming down, water trying to run out through the streams and the rivers back out into the Gulf of Mexico, but an onshore push that is preventing that from happening. And that too is going to raise the risk for flash flooding in and around these areas and increase the threat for coastal flooding through these areas going into tomorrow. We want to take you out now into the shores of Louisiana. One of the danger zones as the storm nears. Our meteorologist Mike Seidel joining us now from Grand Isle in Louisiana. And Mike, I know you're a pretty good long ways from New Orleans, but maybe you could talk a little bit about the hurricane risk reduction system and how we've got a much greater threat for life-threatening storm surge outside of that system.
Yeah, certainly here because they don't have that kind of levee set up north of here. In fact, the only other place that has a mandatory evacuation in addition to Grand Isle is Terrebonne Parish. And again, that is outside of the risk reduction system or the levee system. But down here, we're at a barrier island. I want to show you where we are. We're on the coast here. High tide was, late morning, about 10:30. So it's been 4 or 5 hours. It's slow to go out. Next tide is a low tide, a little after 9:30. But yesterday, the water at high tide got up to to about the rocks, and that's it. So with a high tide this morning, the whole beach was underwater. Let me show you how far we are from the hotels and LA Route 1. This is the stretch of sea oats and grass and some dunes, and then what you see there in the distance is the berm or the levee, and then you go over that and down to the hotels and the street. Now with Hurricane Barry last July, the water got about halfway between where I'm standing at the beach and that levee. So we don't think the water is going to get any higher. We've got a storm surge watch here for water running 2 to 4 feet above where you would normally see drier ground at high tide, and right now the water is about a foot higher than predicted, but we'll see it ramp up as the water gets pushed by these winds. Quite a different picture. If you're watching yesterday, we had 1 to 2 footers, maybe 3 footers by sundown. Look at the Gulf of Mexico right now. It is really churned up. We've got sustained winds out here about 15 miles an hour. We've had some gusts up to about 25 miles an hour. Some of the buoys now are gusting over 30 miles an hour. It's going to be a slow process for these winds to ramp up. And again, in some of those squalls, certainly on Sunday, we could see gusts 50, 60 miles an hour. And the center may come right over us or somewhere close to us. Speaking of the surf, dangerous rip currents, and last night around 7, 2 brothers aged 8 and 10 drowned just about 3 miles down the beach. Their 12-year-old cousin, she's going to be okay and make a full recovery. She's in the hospital. And the fiance of the mom, he went in to try to save them. He got in trouble, but he made it out alive, but he's in critical condition at a local hospital. So it just goes to show you the dangers of swimming in this kind of surf. And these beaches here are unguarded. There's no lifeguards here. It's swim at your own risk and no red flags. Swimming is going to be dangerous right on through Monday, because even though Cristobal is going to go inland, we're still going to get a very strong southerly wind, and that'll keep the wave heights up into Monday. So Julie, tenuous situation out here for swimming. I think the island will get through it in pretty good shape, but we will have beach erosion, and again, a mandatory evacuation here has kicked in as of this morning.
Mike, certainly our condolences to the family there. Well, new video right now into the Weather Channel as storm swept earlier today through Brandon, Florida. This is just east of Tampa. A funnel cloud reported just south of there, by the way, and there you can certainly see the heavy rain and the winds blowing around as well. Keep in mind these winds coming in at different directions, hence those spin-ups, those brief spin-ups we've been getting reports of throughout the day. So severe weather is on the books here, and it's certainly part of the whole story when it comes to Cristobal. We are looking at possible severe storms here in Florida, much of central and certainly the west coast of Florida, also the panhandle, Louisiana, not out of the question. We could see some strong to severe storms. Already seeing some of those today, particularly here in Florida. So we do have a 2 and a 3 on our Torcon on the lower end for tornadoes. Again, these tornadoes would be the kind that would likely be very quick spin-ups here. Not long-lived track tornadoes, however, still dangerous, right? And still enough, even if we don't have tornadoes, to bring down trees and cause a lot of damage to property. Right now, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Glades and Hendry County. This is just to the east of Fort Myers, and there you see pretty decent cell. A couple of thunderstorms there actually showing up now as the radar is lit up with heavy rain. Not noticing a ton of lightning, but these winds, oh, there we have it. Lightning coming on now, and looks like about to head toward Lake Okeechobee. So we'll keep you posted on the severe weather threat. We have continuing coverage of Cristobal. We have our team spread out along the coastal areas. Mike Seidel and Tevin Wooten will be giving us the very latest, and be sure to stay tuned.
With my hepatitis C, I felt like
Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 88 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 72. Winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday, sunshine and clouds mixed, high 90. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday night, partly cloudy, low 72. Winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Meteorologist Tevin Wooten here from Pensacola Beach, live for you here on the Weather Channel, talking about Tropical Storm Cristobal and some of the impacts and threats that it has brought and will bring here in the hours and days to come. Of course, you do have that flash flood threat. You've got the tornado threat. You also have the damaging wind threat. But one threat that we've also been promoting and talking to you about, it's in the water here. In fact, there is a high risk of rip currents all across the northern Gulf Coast. Take a look at some of the video here. The lifeguards here in Pensacola Beach have going throughout the day, letting people know it is too dangerous to be in the water, even though the beaches are open. The water is closed, and what happens when you get in the water when you should not? Well, you get in the water when you should not, and the lifeguards have to come out and let you know you can't get into that water. And really, we've kind of been watching all morning and afternoon long. People try to get in the water, and the lifeguards are really doing a fantastic job of letting people know it is just too dangerous to go out into the water right now. And when we go out to the water, you can see how rough the surf is right now. Of course, you've got some strong waves crashing into the shoreline here. The sand is very loose underneath that water as well. So as you're walking throughout Pensacola Beach and really any beach along this strand, you do notice that the sand does kind of sink down, or your feet do sink down into that sand just as so. Now out towards the east, that's Cristobal right there. Strong winds start to gust up closer to 35 miles an hour like we have right now. And Julie, just beyond that, we do have that onshore push that can spur tornado warnings, which I understand we have right now, Julie.
All right, Tevin, we do want to get you out to that tornado warning right now. Thank you for that report. We do have an active tornado warning to get to right now. I believe that will be on Justice, right here in Florida. So Glades and Hendry County, we just talked about this area. This is, I believe, east of Fort Myers, and we are looking at the cities of Moore and Haven. This goes until 4 o'clock. This was a severe thunderstorm warning just moments ago, now turned to tornado warning. Glades and Hendry County, again, if you live in this area, you want to get away from your doors and windows, get away from anywhere outdoors. You want to go indoors into a bathroom if you can, or under a stairwell. Taking a look here at some of those in terms of the rotation, can we see that again? The velocity, okay. We're not seeing a ton here. Normally we would see the bright greens and the reds kind of coming together, indicating the different directions and some rotation. So perhaps a very extremely broad rotation. The good news is this is moving in the direction of the lake. I believe that is Lake Okeechobee. So this would be moving out hopefully over water pretty soon here within hopefully the next 20 minutes or so, if not sooner. But if you live in this area right now, Moore Haven is another area to watch. Be very careful here, looking at severe thunderstorm warnings all around the tornado warning as well, with this particular couple lines of cells pushing through. Okay, this is not the only place where we're going to have to be concerned about severe weather. We also have severe weather in the plains to watch out for, believe it or not. This is where we're looking at it today, North and South Dakota, back into also Colorado, where is another area to watch. In fact, there is, I believe, a severe thunderstorm watch still up here for you in yellow. So that does include the Denver metro area here. This goes until 8 o'clock this evening. Again, watching for strong development of storms, damaging winds possible, hail possible with this as well. A few severely warned storms here in extreme northern Colorado right now, also in Utah. Looking at that with a lot of lightning over here showing up on live radar. So these are ones to watch as well. And what's interesting about all of this, tomorrow all this energy pushes a little bit farther to the east. So we're talking about the Dakotas in play once again, but certainly Minnesota as well, stretching all the way back into Nebraska. And we do have the risk for tornadoes with this tomorrow as well. So again, on the lower end of the Torcon scale, 2s and 3s, maybe some isolated tornado development here coming your way. But what's interesting, as I was mentioning, we've got this big trough out here in the west, Cristobal right here. So that's going to be pumping up a lot of moisture, eventually meeting up with this cold front. And so with that, it's going to aid in pulling that pretty far north. And I'm talking about the moisture from our tropical storm. So this moisture from Cristobal could be pulled all the way as far north as Wisconsin. So we're going to have to watch out for flooding here as we move through the Mississippi River Valley all the way up into the Midwest, as this moisture really gets pulled pretty far up to the north. And this would be by really the early to middle part of this week. So that is going to be something to watch as well. We're also looking for the possibility of some damaging winds along and ahead of that front as it pushes off to the east, along again with, of course, the very heavy downpours, that tropical moisture associated with Cristobal. So we're going to have to continue to watch that as well. But again, right now watching severe weather back in Florida, where we have that active tornado warning right now. If we could get back to that, we can take a look. Again, we're talking about an area east of Fort Myers, Florida. This is Glades and Hendry counties. Moorhaven is one of the cities in play here for this tornado watch until 4 o'clock local time. And there you clearly see the storms pushing through the area. Could be a very broad rotation that we're dealing with here. You know, and given the setup, it's not surprising because we have been indicating that with this particular setup, some very brief spin-ups likely, and those are often very hard to pick out on live radar. So if you live in this area, heads up, you want to get away from the doors and windows, get to your safe place here in Florida. Red Cross asking for our help too, raising awareness if you'd like to donate.
It's Jake. Weird Earth, premiering next Sunday at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
Good afternoon. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. Our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal heading towards the Gulf Coast. Landfall expected tomorrow evening, and it could be right here in Grand Isle. This is a barrier island, and they often call this the hurricane city of Louisiana because about every 2.3 years or so, they get either hit or brushed by a tropical storm or hurricane, and this is more than likely not going to be a hurricane. But the surf is all churned up. A big difference over the past 24 hours. The tide is also running about a foot higher than average. So although we had high tide about 5.5 hours ago, the whole beach is still underwater when some of these waves roll up. We've got the rip currents, the swell, and these wave heights by this time tomorrow will be running, probably breaking on the coast at about 12 to 16 feet. So the waves are really going to ramp up. Now, the one thing we're concerned about is on some of the island roads, some of the water is being forced on the roadway. This is Charles Peak's drone video from earlier this morning, actually about 10 o'clock, and you can see as folks are evacuating, there is a mandatory evacuation. There's some water on Louisiana Route 1, the only way out. This is on the west end of the island, just before you get to the bridge. The water is about 6 to 8 inches deep, and now the city has moved in Jefferson Parish, and they're pumping that water off Route 1. But where we are, we have enough elevation. We've got the levee, and we feel very, very confident that we were safe, Carl. If this is going to be Cat 2 or higher, we would get the heck out of Dodge, but that is not expected. This is a huge swirl. In fact, Carl, most of the weather today has been over, like in Tampa, hundreds of miles away from the center and from where we're standing in Louisiana.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. A good 550 miles away is where we're seeing some tornado warnings right now, and we'll take a look at that in a moment. Here's the latest on the storm from the Hurricane Center. Now 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm moving north at 12 miles per hour. Forecast details pretty much on track. We're expecting a strong tropical storm to make landfall sometime late tomorrow in southern Louisiana, but we want you to know that a lot of this weather, as Mike mentioned, is well outside of that cone. You can see where all of it is relative to the cone. So the cone is only showing you where the center of the circulation is going to be, and we're going to see widespread effects all the way across the Gulf Coast. So right now, a couple of tornado warnings to tell you about in both North and South Florida. In South Florida, near Lake Okeechobee, Glades and Henry counties under warning for a couple of cells here. And, you know, oftentimes these are going to be very fleeting in nature because the updrafts aren't going to be real strong. They get strong enough and you get some tighter spin, and then they begin to weaken and that spin starts to relax a little bit. But you can see a couple of areas there where you've got just a little bit of darker red and darker color, and then also lighter sort of orange yellowish color. Right in there in particular is the one I'd be more concerned about right now. That is going to be coming up towards Moorhaven and towards Lakeport. So in both of those areas, please get to your safe place right now. Possible tornado coming your way headed north at 20 miles per hour. Then well to the north, just west of Leesburg, Citrus and Sumter counties under warning until 4 p.m. Here too, you can see that little couplet that is just northwest of Webster, and this is moving north at 25 miles per hour. So that's going to be coming near Carlson at 349, Long Hammock at 4:07 and Danks Corner at 4:20. Again, a possible tornado moving north at about 25 miles per hour in this case. And larger picture, we can see there's a good bit of wind shear in the atmosphere, which is to say winds are coming out of two different directions in the lowest 5,000 feet of the atmosphere, from the surface up to 5,000 feet. And that change in direction is what gives us the spin in the lowest part of the storm. So there's a 3 out of 10 on the Torcon, and that is centered in west central parts of Florida. Also a big rain threat, and Julie's got more on that for us now. Julie?
Yeah, with Cristobal, we are looking at the potential for flooding, not only flash flooding, but river flooding as well. So we have the flood watches and flash flood watches up here in green. Some of these tributaries in Louisiana especially have to watch for flooding. And then really anywhere, especially along I-10 or south of I-10, we could see rain in excess of 8, 9, 10 inches. It's not out of the question. So we're looking at those areas to watch, and then also most of Florida when it comes to Cristobal and the rain, which is already started, as we've been seeing all afternoon here. Even though the storm is still hundreds of miles offshore, that eastern side of it is packed with moisture, and that is now funneling onshore in Florida, not only causing some of that severe weather or adding to it, but also bringing a lot of rain. So earlier this week, we are looking at that rain continuing to come on in. The storm expected to make that landfall tomorrow, but with that, the moisture will continue to push off to the north and certainly still continue to be a problem here on the eastern side as well. So flooding rains likely here, even in and around New Orleans, some of those southern Louisiana parishes where Mike Seidel is located right now. This is through the early part of the week. And here we have it again, a lot of that moisture again pumping here right along the west coast of Florida and the Florida Panhandle.
The Great American Comeback on the Weather Channel.
Breaking right now, tornado warnings in Florida. We have a couple of those to get out to right now. This one well east of Fort Myers. We're looking at Glades and Hendry counties. Moore and Haven are a couple of the cities in this tornado warning right now. This goes until 4 o'clock. That's Lake Okeechobee to the right of your screen there. About 10,000 people in this tornado warning. If you live here, you want to get away to your safe space right now. This is radar indicated rotation. Also here in Citrus and Sumter counties off to the north. So this is just south of Ocala, if you're familiar. The Villages is nearby there. We are looking at this particular tornado warning going until 4 o'clock, and we do see some of those reds and greens right there coming together and indicating the different directions of the wind or some rotation. These could be brief spin-ups. Again, with this particular setup, as Carl was talking about, these tend to be very fleeting in nature. Nonetheless, could still be very dangerous and enough to bring down trees and cause damage, Carl. So these are, the kinds of things we're going to be dealing with as a result, unfortunately, of Cristobal over the next couple of days.
Yeah, one of many things that we need to watch out for, and we've been talking about the fact that this storm is a very large storm. It is enormous in scale. Now, that's good in a sense. The really large storms tend not to ramp up quickly in intensity, but it's also going to be a long-lasting system and one that's going to affect a lot of different people. You could make the case that it's a 700 miles across, and so that weather is well to the east of where the center of circulation is, and there's an enormous what we call wind field, an area of strong winds that is primarily on the east side of the circulation, and what that's going to do is generate higher waves and also pile up the water. So we're already seeing a modest area of water level rise here along the Louisiana coast of 1.4 feet in Alabama, Dauphin Island, 2.6 feet in Berwick. We're going towards low tide tonight, but we're going to see a high tide tomorrow morning. And as that happens, the winds are going to be stepping up. Winds could easily be tropical storm force 40, 50 miles per hour tomorrow morning, and that is going to coincide with this high tide. So that's going to be a particular concern tomorrow morning. So you see the forecast here from the National Hurricane Center, 1 to 3 feet of storm surge potential along the Florida Gulf Coast, but 3 to 5 feet in parts of Mississippi and southeast Louisiana. That's where storm surge warning is in effect, and that is primarily outside of that hurricane risk reduction zone, that elaborate series of levees and floodgates that were developed after Katrina. A lot of low-lying terrain there there, and you've got this sort of concave nature to the coastline. So again, as the wind is driving in there tomorrow morning, and we are seeing high tide on top of that, that is going to be a critical time. So if you're in an area where an evacuation order has been issued, please take it very seriously. We're talking about potentially life-threatening storm surge, and particularly tomorrow morning. Julie?
All right, Carl, one of the many threats with this storm, and you know, millions along the Gulf Coast preparing for Cristobal's arrival. Meteorologist Stephanie Abrams has a look at some tricks at home you can do to make sure your family has clean drinking water.
We all know it's important to have access to water during a natural disaster, but good water can be hard to find. So as you're preparing for a hurricane, here are a few household items that can help you out. Drinking water is essential. If boiling water isn't an option, here's a last-ditch emergency solution: regular unscented bleach. According to the CDC, add just 1/8 of a teaspoon to a gallon of water and wait 30 minutes. This will kill a lot of bacteria and disease-causing organisms in the water. No clear water? You can use socks as a filter to remove debris. Also, socks can double as gloves if you need them. If you want to plan ahead and you have the space, you can freeze water in plastic bags. Not only will this keep your freezer colder longer when the power goes out, but you'll have fresh drinking water when it melts. Having warm water is a luxury when you don't have power, but it's still possible. If it's a sunny day, fill black trash bags with water. Leave them outside all day, and by evening, you'll have warm water to bathe with. And they're reusable. Just a few inexpensive ways to use those household items this hurricane season.
Excellent tips there. We want to get you now to some severe weather taking place, and not only taking place right now, but where we expect it to take place as a result of Tropical Storm Cristobal. So taking a look here at certainly possible severe weather in Florida, particularly central and western Florida. That's where we're seeing a lot of the storms already firing up. Also along the panhandle and the extreme southern parishes of Louisiana. 2 and 3 here in Florida on our Torcon scale. So the nature of these particular, if we did get tornadoes, would typically be very brief spin-ups, but right now we are watching for that. We do have a tornado warning, a couple of them to get to. This one in Glades and Hendry counties. This is just to the south and southwest of Lake Okeechobee, if you're familiar with this area. This goes until 4 o'clock, does include the Moorhaven, a city of Moorhaven. And with this one, it's radar indicated rotation. We don't see a lot of indication that this would be a tight spin-up at this point, but could still see some damaging winds. And then far to the north here, if you're familiar with this area, south of Ocala, Florida, Citrus and Sumter counties, Coleman, Lake Pansaucoffee, and Wildwood. This goes until 4 o'clock. And with this particular one, getting some weak rotation showing up here. Again, if you live in this area, get away from the doors, windows, get to your safe spot. This goes until 4 o'clock local.
Is that net carbs or toast?
Anything like that. Summer is just better when it starts with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 87 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 72, winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday, sunshine and clouds mixed, high 90, winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday night, partly cloudy, low 72, winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. We are your destination for the most comprehensive coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal there is, and we are showing you scenes not only here in Pensacola Beach, Florida, but we've got you covered all along the northern Gulf Coast. Let's take you to the water, though, the Gulf of Mexico. The culprit for A lot of people not able to get in the water today because of the strong wind energy from Tropical Storm Cristobal. We've got wind gusts between, I would say, 30 and 35 miles an hour every hour or so now, as some of the outside feeder bands from Cristobal are making their way onshore. This is a flow predominantly from the east that's really driving up the wave action here. High surf warnings in effect today, tomorrow, and even Monday as well. The National Weather Service predicting waves anywhere between 9 and 12 feet for the surf zone here throughout Pensacola Beach and Perdido Bay as well. So the lifeguards are monitoring this area extremely heavily. Of course, a lot of people, this is the first time they've really been able to get out and enjoy some of the beaches here in northwestern Florida. Carl, another danger though that comes along with tropical storms and tropical entities are tornadoes.
Yeah, that's right. And the influence of this storm is enormous. We're looking at some tornado warnings now that are almost 600 miles from the center of circulation. A couple of them now in Florida, one in southern parts of Florida, just west of Lake Okeechobee. This is Glades and Henry counties under warning until 4 p.m. This cell is weakening, and that's going to be pretty typical. You see the updrafts getting a little bit stronger for a period of time. You see some stronger rotation, and then it begins to weaken. So there's still some vestige of that near Moore Haven, but certainly does not look all that strong right now. Just tracking that out in case it does happen to tighten up again. That's going to be headed towards Lakeport. And then well off to the north, this is up near Leesburg and the Villages, Citrus and Sumter counties under warning. Here too, we're seeing a signature that is not nearly as well defined as it was moments ago. Right there, when the tornado warning was issued, that was a very healthy circulation, and you can see how that has really sort of fizzled out in the last couple of frames. However, to the north, there is an area that's worth watching near Bellevue, right in there. That's a broad, not particularly tight circulation, but there is a tornado possible tag in the severe thunderstorm warning in effect there. So certainly this is going to be an ongoing worry in the state of Florida through this afternoon, and the reason why is because you've got some low-level wind shear. Winds at the surface, indicated by the orange lines there, are coming out of the east-southeast, and our winds at about 5,000 feet up are coming out of the south-southeast. So that turning of the winds in the lowest levels of the atmosphere is a big part of what is going to drive the tornado threat today, and we've got a 3 out of 10 on the Torcon in west central parts of Florida. Let's talk a little bit more about the structure of this storm, and you've got a terrific amount of dry air on the west side of the circulation. So there are some non-tropical characteristics to the storm. A purely tropical storm is one in which you've got warm and humid air surrounding the circulation, and that really allows thunderstorms to blossom near that center of circulation. In this case, because you've got this dry air, exceptionally dry air wrapping around the underside of the circulation and then coming into the center as well. You notice in the visible satellite picture, there's the center. I mean, it is almost completely exposed. Now, we probably will see more thunderstorms forming about that center, but that's one of the critical things that you need for a storm to intensify, is to wrap thunderstorms about the center of circulation. And it's having a hard time doing that because of this non-tropical characteristic, this drier, more continental air that's being drawn into the circulation. So the upshot of all of that is that we don't expect a lot of intensification. It's probably going to remain a tropical storm as it comes onshore, but because it is so big, it's going to be affecting a lot of people over a long period of time. Julie, over to you.
A lot of concerns. Thank you, Carl. And we're also concerned about the Northeast right now. A strong line of storms heading your way in Boston. A live look now at Boston. 84 starting to cloud up a bit there compared to, about a half hour ago. But we take a look here at the big picture in the Northeast. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch up. And this goes until 8 o'clock this evening. It does include Boston, also Hartford, Connecticut, Portland, Maine. This area in yellow here, again, going until 8 o'clock this evening. Some thunderstorms already developing. In fact, we have a severe thunderstorm warning just south of Boston right now. This is for Bristol, Norfolk, and Plymouth counties. It goes until 4:30 local time. Strong line of storms pushing through the area. A lot of lightning showing up there on live radar as well. Could see some damaging winds along with this one, as well as some hail. Already getting some storm reports of wires down in Auburn, also in Uxbridge, some trees down there. So this is the kind of thing we're dealing with the strong winds pushing through the area. Here in Portland, Maine, also getting some storms just off to your south, right along that I-95 corridor. And a lot of this now, some of this moving anyway out over the Atlantic. Again, though, Severe thunderstorm warning for you here. This is in Bristol, Norfolk, and Plymouth counties until 4:30 this afternoon. We'll continue tracking the storms here and elsewhere.
At Physicians Mutual.
Tropical storm Cristobal turning towards the Gulf Coast, bringing the threat of dangerous storm surge, rip currents, heavy rain, and flooding. We have teams live on the scene along the coast giving us the very latest. And Cristobal won't stop. When it reaches the coast, tropical moisture will surge inland as far north as Wisconsin. So we're breaking it all down for you with expert analysis right here on the Weather Channel. Welcome back to our special coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. I'm meteorologist Julie Martin along with hurricane specialist Carl Parker. Well, this tropical system aiming for the coastal cities along the Gulf, a lot of rain associated with this, and we want to get the very latest on the storm with Carl Parker.
Yeah, you know, Julie, this is a really large storm. A lot of people are going to be affected, and it's going to be a long duration event because it is so large, but it's also rather disorganized right now. And because it is so large, it's going to take a long time for it to get its act together. It may slowly intensify as it moves towards the northern Gulf Coast and makes landfall tomorrow. Certainly, we could be talking about a strong tropical storm, but we don't expect that it's going to do a whole lot more than that. There's some chance that it could become a hurricane, but at this point, it looks like it's most likely going to remain a tropical storm. And you can really see that when you look at the satellite imagery. You see there's a lot of very deep convective cloud, that bright color there, all those thunderstorms well away from the center. And then there's drier air. There's the absence of cloud on the west side wrapping around the south side. And then near the center, there's not a lot of deep convective cloud because that drier air is wrapping in. So that too is going to limit the intensity of this system. That and the fact that it is so large and larger systems take a longer time to ramp up. So what we're looking for is a strong tropical storm making landfall by late tomorrow. This cone, by the way, showing you the center of circulation. It's really important to remember that because when you look at the cone, along with the effects of the storm, they are so far away from that center of circulation. You've got warnings now. We've had some tornado warnings in Florida that are almost 600 miles away from the center of circulation. So a big sprawling system that's going to affect a huge area of the Gulf Coast. And it's also got a pretty large wind field. And along with that, we are going to see a storm surge threat developing, really increasing overnight until tomorrow morning. We're going to see high tide tomorrow morning along the northern Gulf Coast, and the winds are going to be maximizing at that time. So tropical storm force conditions probably coming in later today, towards tonight, and then through the overnight and tomorrow morning. Right now, we're only at 14 miles per hour in New Orleans. We expect that those winds are really going to be stepping up through this evening. This is a look at the model forecast, so probably getting close to tropical storm force at 11 p.m. Then by tomorrow morning, this thing is really starting to crank there in Louisiana and Mississippi. And you notice where the center is, just south of the mouth of the Mississippi. So we're getting those strongest winds and the strongest onshore push coming into these areas that are near New Orleans and also off to the north and east. And notice the nature of the coastline there, that sort of concave nature to the coastline. That's going to help to pile up the water in these areas, and so that's why we're going to be looking at a storm surge threat, and we're certainly going to have more on that in just a moment. Also, as the storm continues to move inland, we're going to see some very strong winds inland in southern Mississippi as well, and with all the rain that's coming down, we could be looking at some power outages as the root systems of the trees are going to be weakened by that wet, all that wet ground. All right, let's take a look at a new tornado warning now in central parts of Florida. This is Marion County. tornado warning until 4:45. We've seen a lot of spinning in these cells. There's a lot of low-level shear, which is pretty typical when you've got a landfalling tropical system. And you see that little red and green couplet right there that is now just north of Bellevue. We were watching this cell just moments ago. So that is going to be lifting to the north at about 25 miles per hour. And that area of red and green right there, just northeast of Bellevue, is where we're seeing the strongest circulation. We'll have more on that coming up in just a few minutes. Well, let's take you now to the shores of Louisiana in the danger zone as Cristobal nears. Our meteorologist Mike Seidel joins us live from Grand Island. And Mike, as you mentioned earlier, if we were looking at a different type of storm, you wouldn't be there in Grand Isle, but we're expecting that it's probably not going to get much stronger than a strong tropical storm.
Exactly. We will not be on this barrier island. In fact, they have a mandatory evacuation now starting this morning. They got rid of the RVs and the boats. They got them off the barrier island yesterday, and now getting all the visitors. All the hotels have closed, restaurants have closed. A lot of locals are going to sit this one out here because they pretty much realize this is not going to be a hurricane. It's not going to be a Katrina by any means. And it's the major hurricanes that really put the entire island underwater. And on the other end of the island, we have the U.S. Coast Guard, and Lieutenant Brian Waters joins us. Brian is from Scranton, Pennsylvania. We were just up there a few weeks ago in the snow. We're back here in the tropics. Now, you were sort of involved in the situation that took place down the beach last night when we had two brothers, 8 and 10, drowned. Their cousins in the hospital. The other survivor is the fiance of the mother who was holding her newborn on the beach. He's in critical condition. Now, what can you tell us about that location? Because we had a drowning back there on Memorial Day. What's special about that spot, even on days when we don't have this kind of surf?
Yes, sir. Rip currents are especially dangerous anywhere, but particularly here when you're around the jetties. We encourage anybody when they go out in the water to wear a Coast Guard approved life jacket if they can. And if they find themselves in a life-threatening situation, to always reach out to 911 or contact us up at the Sector Command Center up in New Orleans so we can work with our partners, our local and state partners, to provide the additional resources that are needed to provide a response.
And we did find out that they went around the barricades. So there are barricades down there. They don't want people in that water because it is so dangerous.
Yes, that's correct.
Tell us a little bit about what you and your fellow Coast Guard members are going to be doing the next day or so from your perch down at the state park. What are you going to be looking for and watching out for?
Yes, sir. Over the last few days, we worked with Captain Will Watson and his leadership team up at Sector New Orleans, as well as our state and local officials, to develop a robust plan, which includes evacuating families and our members. We've also strategically placed our response boats at safe havens so that we can quickly reconstitute our search and rescue capabilities immediately after the storm. Over the next couple days, we'll rely on our partnerships to respond to any cases that potentially come up, and we'll work with the Sector New Orleans Command Center to provide the information that we have so they can determine what the appropriate resource would be.
Well, we hope that everybody stays put and stays off the water, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you're looking out today, I don't see any of the shrimp boats. I think everybody's pretty much gone into safe port.
Yes, sir. We encourage everybody to be prepared and be informed. And again, if you find yourself in a situation where you have to evacuate, ensure before you get underway that you have all the necessary safety gear on board, to include a life jacket, an EPIRB, also a VHF marine radio. If you are getting underway, follow a flow plan with a relative so we know exactly where you're at in the event that you do see yourself in a distress case.
Okay, Lieutenant Brian Waters, thanks for joining us from the Coast Guard here in Grand Island. As you can see, the surf is up. It's going to get even angrier, Julie, as we get into tonight and tomorrow. We're expecting 14, 15, 16 footers to break on these beaches as the storm, or the big wide circulation, draws closer by Sunday evening and makes landfall. Julie?
All right, Mike, a sad situation there. Our condolences to the family, of course, and another reminder, unfortunately, just how dangerous that water can be, even if it may not look like it. So we have a lot of concerns with Cristobal, and not only the rip currents, the water, but we have flooding to worry about as well. So we take a look here at where we're at in terms of going into this, and in Florida, and a deficit in terms of the yearly rainfall. So it's been very dry here across Florida. This moisture is needed. However, we don't need all of it coming in at the same time, and that's the concern over the flooding. So flood watches, not only flood watches, but flash flood watches are up here along the panhandle in through Louisiana. So some of those creeks, rivers, and streams could also be on the rise. We're going to have to watch for that. And then much of Florida also under a flood watch right now, and already getting a lot of rain coming into Florida from Cristobal, which is well offshore, hundreds of miles out in the Gulf. So a really large system with a lot of moisture, and that is a concern because as it slowly moves on shore, it's going to continue pumping that moisture, particularly on the eastern side of it is where we're seeing the bulk of the bad weather and all of that rainfall. So unfortunately, for the next couple of days at least, looking at these areas taking on quite a bit of rain. In fact, we could see as much as 10 inches of rain maybe along and south of I-10 in some areas, and that is certainly enough to lead to problems. Here in New Orleans, we're concerned about flooding, as well as portions of Alabama and Mobile Bay. That's another area to watch as well. Right now, here's what's going on live radar. We're getting that moisture, certainly, as I mentioned, coming into Florida. And along with that, some severe weather as well, which is going to also be typical. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that throughout the show. But certainly looking at the possibility for flooding continuing, not just today, but through tomorrow and Monday. New video right now into the Weather Channel. We have storm surge on Beach Road here in Waveland, Mississippi. Take a look at this. This is right near Bay St. Louis, a storm surge warning in effect here for you. You can see the water there really pushing up and almost onto the road there right now. This is one of those areas hit extremely hard during Hurricane Katrina. And they are very used to dealing with tropical storms, hurricanes in this part of the country. But right now we're getting word not only of this, but a tornado warning, another one, Carl, popping up. And tell us more about this one.
Yeah, that's right. This one is for Volusia County in northeastern Florida, just west of Daytona Beach. And this storm is now moving north about 20 miles per hour. Let's take a look at the velocity data. And we're seeing that right along Route 17 there is some circulation, that brighter and darker area together. That's indicating where there's rotating wind. So that's going to be coming near Barberville and Cody's Corner and also Bimini over the next few minutes here. And we'll continue to keep our eyes on that. Also wanted to tell you about this very large area of winds that's going to be piling up the water. And already we're seeing some modest water level rises along the northern Gulf Coast, going towards a low tide tonight, but high tide late tomorrow morning. So 1 to 3 feet of surge, we think, along the Florida Gulf Coast, but 3 to 5 in parts of Mississippi and southeastern Louisiana outside of that hurricane risk reduction system that has been built in New Orleans since Katrina. So this is really going to be the critical area tomorrow morning, in particular as we see high tide late in the morning. We could be talking about 3 to 5 feet of surge there. That is life-threatening surge. And notice the timing of the high tide, 10:55 in the morning. And we're still going to be looking at an onshore push even Monday morning as well. So we could be looking at elevated water into Monday morning, though the winds are not going to be as strong as they will be tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning is really the critical period for that storm surge. Florida Panhandle also under a tropical storm warning, and meteorologist Tevin Wooten joins us now live from Pensacola Beach. And Tevin, I know it's been on and off, pretty typical when you're outside of a tropical system and to go back and forth between beautiful weather, windy weather, and then some squalls coming through.
Yeah, you go back and forth, Carl. I'm glad you described that rhythm that we sort of see out here, almost with no rhyme or reason as to how the showers or what time the showers do come out here. But if you stick around long enough, the weather does change, especially since we're in those far-reaching outer bands. However, we are in a decent dousing of showers right now, and also steady winds between 15 and 25 miles an hour. I want to bring in Dave Greenwood. He's with the Escambia County Public Safety Department. And Dave, thanks for joining us here. Can we talk about some of the preparations that we've done ahead of Tropical Storm Cristobal?
Oh, most certainly. We began preparing yesterday. Some of the things we've done was we moved the lifeguard towers back away from the shoreline, rolled up the Moby mats down on some of the walkovers. Our great public works department has worked hard to get up the trash cans, waste receptacles away from the shoreline, and anticipated with the storm surge that's going to come.
Speaking of storm surge, in terms of the water, the National Weather Service has said the high surf warning is in effect through Monday. Some of the strongest waves or highest wave breaks could be between 9 and 12 feet. What does that look like here along with the storm surge, and how high can the water get?
Well, it can get up to very far. The change of the water, it could get past where we're standing right now. Surf can pick up. We can get, this part of the Florida gets really big waves in certain conditions, such as the storm conditions that we're experiencing right now.
There's also a strong or a high risk of rip currents in the water right now with a strong push of wind energy. What have your lifeguards been doing to make sure that people are not getting into the water?
We've been doing preventative actions. That's our mantra today, is preventative acts. We're keeping people out of the Gulf of Mexico. It's closed to all swimming and wading, and lifeguards are working tirelessly to ensure that happens.
And less than a mile away for people that do want to get into the water, the intercoastal waterway is actually open.
It sure is. I'm glad you brought that fact up, because Quiet Water, just north of here, Intracoastal, we have a lifeguard on duty at Quiet Water, and that's where, if people really have to get in the water, we send them over to Quiet Water.
All right, Dave, thanks so much for joining us. We certainly appreciate you for your time, and we wish you the best of luck this hurricane season. I want to go back inside now to Julie, because Julie, I understand that we have another tornado warning.
Yeah, a couple of tornado warnings in Florida right now. Tevin, thanks so much. We'll take you out to those right now, get you heads up. And this one in Marion County, Florida, we're looking at Bellevue and Ocala, looking at a tornado warning until 4:45. Also a severe thunderstorm warning embedded within that as well. But looking at another one just popping up here to the west of Daytona Beach. This is for Volusia County, Leon Springs and Pearson until 4:30 this afternoon. So 2 tornado warnings. We've been watching these pop all afternoon. In terms of rotation, maybe some weak rotation showing up with this particular one near Ocala. We can see a little bit of that, although it would be a pretty broad rotation here. Radar indicated, but get to your safe space if you live in either of these areas.
Weird Earth, next Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 88 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, partly cloudy this evening with more clouds for overnight. Low 72, winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday, partly cloudy skies. High 90, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday night, considerable cloudiness. Low 72, winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking now, we have 2 tornado warnings to tell you about in northern Florida. One of those in Volusia County, that is west of Daytona Beach. That going until 4:30. The motion here is north at about 10 miles per hour, just outside of the radar range there, so we're not getting a really good look at it. Let's just track the southwest side of the cell where that rotation is likely to be, and that's coming towards Barberville more immediately, then Deanville and Bimini if it does last that long, but these things do tend to be more transient in nature. And then farther west, this is near Leesburg, another tornado warning in effect here, and that is just east of 75. That tornado warning is headed to the north, and unfortunately my computer has just locked up, so we'll get another look at that in just a few minutes. But this is an ongoing threat here with rotating storms coming through the central part of the state. All right, let's get out to Tevin Wooten. He is live in Pensacola Beach, Florida. And Tevin, I understand a pretty serious rip current threat there today.
Yeah, Carl, exactly. A very high risk of rip currents here all along northwestern Florida and into the Big Bend of Florida as well. I want to take you to the water and show you why. We've got waves crashing between 9 and 12 feet right through the surf zone. The water is closed here. The beaches, however, are open, but just look at how strong some of those waves are. They're crashing beyond the sandbar as well. And so the lifeguards in Pensacola, Florida, have been going up and down the beaches, patrolling them, making sure people are not getting in the water because of the rip current risk. But just take a look at this video here for yourself. You can see how they're going through almost person by person for everyone that does get into the water, and they're saying the water is closed right now because of the risk of rip currents. In fact, if you do want to get into the water, it's recommended that you go to the other side into the intercoastal waterway, which is open, however, but it's not even a mile away. So they're letting people know, yes, you can get in the water, just not here. Of course, a lot of people have been cooped up for several months because of the pandemic, so they do understand that people are coming out and practicing social distancing, but they just can't do it in the water. The red flags are flying right now behind me as well because of the rip current risk. But let's take a look at the rip current forecast for not just here in Pensacola Beach, but all along the northern Gulf Coast, from Pensacola Beach and westbound, and then eastbound too into the Apalachicola Bay, into Florida's Big Bend, and right through Cedar Key. South of Cedar Key, the rip current risk is moderate. That is still not low or non-existent, so you do have to heed the warnings from lifeguards should they have yellow flags flying or red flags flying. And in fact, if you are swimming, it is recommended you do it near a lifeguard because of the rip current risk. We have a very strong flow, Julie, from the winds here out of the south and out of the east, depending on where you are along Florida's Gulf Coast, that is driving this wind energy here. That will not expire, I would say, until perhaps midday on Monday. Julie?
I think you're right, Tevin. All right, that's Tevin Wooten for us there in Pensacola. You know, we have a lot of issues when it comes to Cristobal. We have not only the flooding, the surge, the wind, but also severe weather that is far inland. So we're taking a look here at a setup for today. Now, this is our setup in the west. We have a big trough in the west. So with this, a cold front also pushing through. So likely going to see some severe weather in places like the Dakotas, also in Colorado, where we have a severe thunderstorm watch up. This goes until 8 o'clock, does include the city of Denver. So looking at some strong to severe storms developing here and then throughout the evening here. And we do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings as we speak right now outside of Denver, 2 of those, and we have a third in extreme northern Colorado, and then also in Nebraska we've got a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. So we'll start to see these storms pop throughout the evening here, but the bigger picture looks like this as energy pushes to the east and northeast for tomorrow. So now places like Minnesota are also in play for severe weather. But then what happens is, we do have a Torcon here, 2 and 3, so kind of on the lower end for some isolated tornadoes, but again, strong to severe storms. But then what happens is with Cristobal in the middle of all of this, all this moisture coming up in this direction, this is going to get picked up by this trough as it continues to push eastward. So that moisture coming up to the north, our trough coming in from the west, and along that we could see some more severe storms firing up as well. Not to mention all of that moisture getting pulled really far north, all the way to Wisconsin probably from Cristobal once it does in fact make landfall. So this is going to be the early part of the week to midweek where we do see that. Our jet stream way up here, so the door is really wide open for this kind of setup to take place, and our cold front will continue to push in here from the west, again pushing that energy but certainly pulling that moisture north as well. But we do have that corridor in between of those damaging winds possible, also some severe storms possible here both along and ahead of this front. So kind of an interesting setup there, and we are still dealing with more tornado warnings. I want to get back to those ones in Florida right now. Again, this is directly related to some of that wind energy there in Florida coming in from different directions, and we have plenty of moisture coming in from Cristobal. Ocala, you are under a tornado warning. This is Marion County until 4:45. Also, just to the west of Daytona Beach there in Volusia County, a tornado warning until 4:30 this afternoon. We've been watching these pop all afternoon here throughout central Florida, and hard to pick up in terms of the radar. Brief, probably spin-ups if anything, but nonetheless, take good care, get to your safe space. We'll be back.
Is that net carbs or total?
Premiering next Sunday at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back. We are tracking tornado warnings out of Florida, and there's a live look at Bellevue, Florida. That's one of the cities under a tornado warning, Marion County there. And, you know, these tornado warnings tend to be very fleeting in nature. You're going to get a lot of shear there in the west central and north central part of the state, so you're going to get some quick spin-ups, but the updrafts tend to not be real strong, so they tend to pop up and pop back down again. But we'll take a look at that warning in just a moment here. I want to show you, first of all, just how far away all this weather is from the center of circulation. So you see the cone there superimposed on the storm. That's where the center is going to go, but the weather is going to be hundreds and hundreds of miles away. In the case of these tornado warnings, nearly 600 miles away from the center of circulation. And we do have an ongoing tornado warning here in the north central part of the state. That's Marion County under warning until 4:45. And right now we're seeing some rotation just to the east of Ocala and moving north about 15 miles per hour. So tracking that northward, that's going to be coming near Burbank as well as Hog Valley, that general area. Actually, I'm going to change the nature of that cone just a little bit. And again, not moving real quickly, but certainly we have seen plenty of rotation in these storms. So heads up on that. That's pretty much coming right towards Burbank right now, and then maybe just a little to the west of Hog Valley after that. So heads up on a possible tornado coming your way. Then as we take you down into the west central part of the state, here you can see there's a pretty good bit of wind shear. Our winds are coming out of different directions in the lowest levels of the atmosphere. The orange color is showing you the surface winds, so they're coming out of the east-southeast, and in blue those are winds coming out of the south-southeast at about a mile up in the atmosphere. That turning of the wind is enough to give us some spin in the atmosphere in the lowest levels of these storms. So 3 out of 10 on the Torcon, and that is in effect for the west central part of the state. Taking a look at the wind here, got a pretty broad area of very strong winds, and that's going to bring that tropical storm force wind in later tonight. Right now it's not real strong in New Orleans, only about 14 miles per hour, but we expect it's going to really be stepping up as we get deeper into the evening. So 11 o'clock tonight, 35 to 40 miles per hour. Tomorrow morning is going to be a critical time because that center of circulation, which is probably going to be stronger at that time. We think a strong tropical storm is what is coming for southern parts of Louisiana by tomorrow morning. And, you know, keep in mind that a strong tropical storm, if it gets to, say, 70 miles per hour, well, you know, that's just a little bit shy of being a hurricane. It's almost a hurricane at that point. There's really not much distinction between a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm and a 75-mile-per-hour hurricane. So this is going to be a formidable storm, and it's a very large one. It's going to be driving this very strong onshore flow into this concave nature of coastline right there in southeast Louisiana, Mississippi, and that's where life-threatening storm surge will be possible, especially tomorrow morning, as we'll see high tide at about 10:55 in Grand Isle, Louisiana. Let's talk also about the flood threat, because that's going to be quite large across a lot of the northern Gulf Coast, and here's Julie with that.
Yeah, a tremendous amount of moisture associated with Cristobal, and we are worried about flooding, not only flash flooding, but also flooding in terms of the rivers and any tributaries in Louisiana. So in green here, we have basically the entire Gulf Coast really under this threat for flooding as Cristobal draws closer, and really doesn't have to be that close in Florida. It's well offshore, hundreds of miles, already getting a lot of rain in Florida right now. So flash flood watches are up here for much of Florida as well, and this will be over the next couple of days. Plenty of tropical moisture, again, a massive amount of moisture, and on the eastern side of that, that's where the worst weather is, and that is what's already coming on shore. Some of those extreme outer bands to western Florida, and we'll continue to see that moisture pumping all along the Gulf Coast over the next couple of days, eventually moving its way up through the Mississippi River Valley and farther north. But flooding rain very likely here. New Orleans, we're concerned about you. We could see several inches here. I-10 along and south of I-10, we could see as much as 10 inches of rainfall, not out of the question. But we want to get back to Louisiana right now. He is in Grand Isle, so he's in the very southern portion of Louisiana. And Mike, I know the waters have been extremely rough there. Are you getting, it looks like you're getting some rain, at least some wind. It's hard to see.
We're getting both right now, Julie. This is our first squall from Cristobal here in Grand Isle. It's not going to last very long, but when you get these squalls, you feel the wind ramping up before the rain arrives. Behind me, visibility has dropped down. We've come back from the beach to keep the camera dry. Look at those waves, and look how the Gulf is just churned up like a big washing machine. And it's only going to get worse as Cristobal approaches. Already winds off the coast in the Mississippi Canyon now clocked gusts nearly 50 miles an hour. We'll keep you updated. Coverage right on through this evening on Cristobal.
A migraine hope to disaster next Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to Grand Isle, Louisiana. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. What we're standing on is what we call a levee or a berm, and this is between the Gulf of Mexico, which is all churned up from Cristobal, and Route 1, Louisiana Route 1 and all the properties. Photographer Chris Erickson's up on the second floor. Everything's second floor here with stilts. You can see how I walk up the hill. Now with Barry, last July, the water got about midway between where it is now and where I'm standing. So we're not concerned about water getting over the berm, even with a storm surge potential of 2 to 4 feet. Right now the water is about a foot higher than expected. And so we are safe here. We're on the highest part of the island. We have had some water in the streets down on the west end. That's not unusual. In fact, they're already pumping that water off Route 1. We're in a squall right now. Look at the radar. Now this is not a very intense squall. You don't see a lot of bright reds and oranges. But when they do come through, the winds do ramp up. They're sustained right now, I'd say at about 20, 22 miles an hour, and we're getting gusts over 30 off the coast. The buoys and some of those Seaman stations, some of those remote reporting stations now have sustained winds of tropical storm force, which is 39 miles an hour or higher. There is a mandatory evacuation here, also in Terrebonne Parish, outside of the levee system, so that's zone 1 there. Here it's the island. A lot of the locals are staying because we've been told that, boy, unless you have a big hurricane, that most of the area is going to be in pretty good shape. And what I've noticed is since Katrina and certainly Isaac in 2012, just about all the roofs now are aluminum. There are no shingled roofs left. So that's a good thing. And the FEMA came in here certainly over the years and have, they've implemented better building codes on this barrier island, Carl, which gets brushed or hit by some kind of tropical system just over every 2 years. But I mentioned the surge, Carl, 2 to 4 feet here. We're protected, but again, it's going to be that push of water. We think the highest surge values are actually going to be up there on the coast of Mississippi.
Yeah, that's right, Mike, because that's where we've got that really concave nature of the coastline there. And tomorrow morning is going to be the critical time. That's when we'll see a high tide, and we expect to see the maximum push of water on shore with very strong winds, easily sustained tropical storm force winds at that time. Here you see we've got the radar and also winds of tropical storm force off the ground at about a mile up in the atmosphere. And the reason why I'm showing you this is where Mike is right here, is because when you see these bands of showers coming through, what they can do is they can transfer that wind down to the ground relatively easily in bursts of wind. So we can easily get gusts to tropical storm force when you see those stronger bands come through, and that's just going to get worse and worse as we go through the night tonight. This storm has an absolutely enormous wind field. It's a huge storm, and it's the large storms that tend to produce a lot of surge. Thankfully, this one is probably not going to get terribly strong, though it could be a strong tropical storm. And I'll tell you, if it does get to, say, a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm, well, the difference between that and a hurricane is almost nothing. 5 miles per hour in terms of maximum wind speed. The effect is essentially the same. So we could be looking at a storm that's very close to being a hurricane coming in late tomorrow. Already we've seen some modest water level rises in Louisiana, but we're certainly concerned about what's going to happen tomorrow morning, because that's when we're going to be hitting that high tide. And this is the storm surge forecast from the National Hurricane Center, looking for 1 to 3 feet of storm surge along the Florida Gulf Coast, parts of Alabama, but then into Mississippi and southeast Louisiana in particular. This is what Mike was talking about. That's where the storm surge warning is in effect. And again, it's the concave nature of the coastline there. It really helps to capture the water and pile it up even more. And as that coincides with high tide tomorrow morning and very strong winds coming in, high tide at 10:55 in Grand Isle, that's when we're going to be looking at that maximum surge. This is the forecast for tomorrow, the middle of the day, so just after that high tide. And you've got winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour in New Orleans, and the wind pushing right into that concave nature of coastline right there. And so that's when we'll be talking about potentially 3 to 5 feet of surge outside of the hurricane risk reduction system. That's the elaborate system of walls and levees and floodgates put in after Katrina in New Orleans. And so it's outside of those areas, Julie, where we could be talking about life-threatening surge, particularly tomorrow morning. Over to you.
All right, just one of the many problems associated with Cristobal. We're taking a look here also at severe weather being one of them, and already seeing some ongoing severe weather today. But Florida is certainly one of the spots to watch here. It is possible throughout the evening and then again tomorrow. Right now our Torcons at 2 and 3 here for you in Florida, but we are seeing some ongoing storms, and now we have tornado warnings we've been dealing with for the last couple of hours. So here in Marion County, Florida, this is right near Ocala. Another tornado warning now until 4:45 here. This storm moving off to the north. It is moving off to the north around 20. Some lightning associated with this, as you see. Radar indicated rotation. This one's hard to pick up on. It's not a great spot to get the best read here, if you will. But if you live in that area, get to your safe space, please. And as we take a look here back along I-10, we're starting to see more moisture start to work its way in now along I-10, along the Florida Panhandle. So Pensacola, where our Tevin Wooten was earlier, we're looking at, or still is, I guess, all the way back to Tallahassee. This is where we're seeing some of that rain, and then in Grand Isle, where Mike Seidel is located as well. So for tomorrow, it looks like this, severe weather possible, certainly here in New Orleans, Mississippi, right along the coastal areas as far north as Baton Rouge.
Currently in our area, 89 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, partly cloudy this evening with more clouds for overnight. Low 72, winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday, partly cloudy skies. High 90, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday night, considerable cloudiness. Low 72, winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back into Pensacola Beach, Florida. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten joining you live here on the Weather Channel, where we have the most comprehensive coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. Let's take you to the water here, the angry Gulf of Mexico right now. Look at how high some of these waves are. This ocean has been churning all night long. The waves have gotten higher and higher as we've gone throughout time since late last night. 9 to 12-foot waves crashing through. That coming from the National Weather Service with a high surf warning for those that do come out to the beach. If you're thinking about getting in the water, don't get in the water. The water is closed. The beaches are open here in Escambia County and in Santa Rosa County as well. Little hat got through here. The winds are gusting at about 35 miles an hour. Let's see if I can catch it. On it. There we go, Javier. Producer's hat just flew off. The winds are gusting at about 35 miles an hour. We've seen sustained winds, though, at 25 miles an hour at the Air Force Base here in Pensacola Beach, Florida. There you go, Javier. It's a little sandy, though. Sand has been getting picked up, too, by the way. As we go throughout time tonight, I think we see another 2 to 4 inches of rainfall overall from Tropical Storm Cristobal. Of course, a lot of that rainfall, Carl, does come in tomorrow morning, where I do believe State Road 339 is at the potential risk of flooding, because it always floods, typically floods throughout a flash flood event. We know that flash flood watch stretches into Sunday as well. Carl?
Yeah, a lot of impacts for many, many people, and we have a brand new advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and we're looking at essentially a steady state storm, still a 50-mile-per-hour storm, still moving north at 12 miles per hour, and you can tell, looking at the satellite presentation, it's not particularly well organized. A lot of weather on the far eastern side of the circulation coming up into Florida right now. It's definitely got a very well-defined swirl to it, but there's not a lot of convection or thunderstorms near that center, and that's one of the things that's going to make it stronger. When you look at the water vapor imagery, you see the dry air, the continental air there, indicated by that orange shading. That has been wrapping into the west side of the circulation, the underside of the circulation, the southern side, and getting right into the middle as well. And when you look at the visible satellite imagery, that is the center of circulation, and it is naked, as we say. It's largely devoid of cloud, and when you don't see any sort of deep cloud there about that center of circulation, you're just not going to see much intensification, which is not to say that it won't intensify some before it moves in tomorrow. We think it probably will be a strong tropical storm, could very well be a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm, or maybe even a little bit stronger. It's possible that at the very last minute it could fend off some of that dry air, but we don't expect to see any sort of rapid intensification with the system. It's just rather disorganized right now. Now, there you see the cone, and the cone is just showing you where the center of circulation is expected to go, but you notice there's a lot of weather that is a very, very long way away. That big arc of rain that's coming into the west side of Florida, that's about 500 miles away. We've had some tornado warnings as much as nearly 600 miles away. So you've got all this heavy rain on the way, again, well outside of that cone along the I-10 corridor. There's going to be a flood threat. Along with that, we've got a tornado threat in west central Florida, 3 out of 10 on the Torcon, and we've got a very large area of strong winds. Now, one thing that a large area of strong winds is going to do is it's going to pile up the water, and it's going to make storm surge likely in a large area all along the Florida Gulf Coast. A 1 to 3 foot surge expected, especially earlier tomorrow as the winds are peaking there in northern Florida, but 3 to 5 feet in parts of Mississippi and southeast Louisiana where storm surge warning is in effect. So life-threatening storm surge in Julie. High tide tomorrow morning is going to be a critical time. That's when the winds are going to be at their strongest. Over to you.
All right, Carl, thank you. As you can imagine, a really busy time for the hurricane hunters already early here in the season. They are collecting more data out there over the Gulf of Mexico as we speak, and they had one mission go at 3 o'clock, another scheduled for 5 p.m. Right now, it does appear that the first aircraft is headed back, but again, the hurricane hunters flying above Cristobal, trying to gather that data that we need right now for the next advisory. So we're going to keep you posted on all of that, but we take a look here at the images we're getting from above, and these are the 3 aircraft, by the way, that they use. We've got the NOAA aircraft, if you will, the Air Force aircraft as well. Those are some of the aircraft went for the hurricane hunters, and unfortunately my clicker is not moving forward, Jessica, so if you can help me out. But we are expecting to get some more details. Another mission again scheduled for 5 o'clock and another one for 5:15 tomorrow morning. We have team coverage for you of Tropical Storm Cristobal. We have all of these folks out in the field to keep you safe. We've got Tevin Wooten, Paul Goodloe, Jen Carfagno, Felicia Combs, Reynolds Wolf, Mike Seidel, and Chris Bruin, all along the coastal areas and tracking Cristobal as it nears the United States.
Welcome into our special continuing live coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. I'm meteorologist Alex Wilson. Gulf Coast states bracing for an imminent landfall in the next 36 hours, and you are in luck because we have expert analysis you can only get here on the Weather Channel. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. We've got Tevin Wooten in Pensacola Beach, Felicia Combs, our meteorologist in Biloxi, Mississippi, and meteorologist Mike Seidel in Grand Isle, Louisiana. Before we get you out in the elements, I want to get you caught up with what's happening with Cristobal right now. We have recently got a new advisory, and our hurricane expert again, Dr. Knabb, has been watching this. Dr. Knabb, water still looks to be the main concern.
Absolutely. Can't rule out some wind impacts as well, but the wind is going to be causing some water impacts at the coast, but rainfall and inland flooding is going to be a big problem here. So we got the new advisory from the Hurricane Center. The max winds are 50 miles an hour. Yes, I get it. This is lopsided. It is not pretty, but it is large, and it's got a lot of water, and it's going to affect a lot of people for a long period of time. Large storms are always worse than smaller ones, and that pressure is pretty low, 994 millibars. So for a tropical storm, that's low, and that pressure difference is being used to create the large storm. Look at this big band all the way over near the west coast of Florida. They had some tornado warnings there. That risk continues. The system is moving north at 12, and it's centered almost 300 miles away from Louisiana. But again, the weather is already going downhill, and the reason it's so lopsided because we have an upper level low on top of it. So this is a hybrid kind of setup. There's the exposed low level center, and there's that main band, but there's a lot of wind in there, even in the dry slot. So here's the new track and intensity forecast. Again, still expecting a 60-mile-an-hour tropical storm in the next 24 hours, getting close to the coast, but the winds and the weather will be arriving before then. The tropical storm warning now includes Baton Rouge, New Orleans, all the way over to Destin, Fort Walton Beach, and the winds are starting to increase. It's still not too bad in Louisiana, gusting to 20 at Biloxi, been gusting up as high as 30 over at Pensacola. Winds out of the east on the north side of it. Things are going to be increasing, and it's late tonight, very early tomorrow, when the winds of tropical storm force could start arriving in some spots if you get one of those bands. And look how gusty this is going to be over a large area. These are wind gust forecasts from a global model. Might not have all the details right, but you get the idea. If the center's way over here, you could be gusting to tropical storm force way over on the Florida Panhandle. So this could be causing some power outages. We still have the storm surge warning outside the risk reduction system, southeast Louisiana, coast of Mississippi. Listen to whatever your officials are telling you. Still have the high rip current risk. Onshore flow is going to be persistent into the coastal areas of the northern Gulf Coast and in the Florida Panhandle, west coast of Florida. But here's some updates from the Weather Prediction Center that you need to know about. The risk for inland flooding from rainfall is going up. Look at this. What the Weather Prediction Center calls a moderate risk. Likely flash flooding tomorrow night into Monday morning in New Orleans, in Baton Rouge, coastal areas and southern areas of Mississippi, and the risk goes all the way through the Florida Panhandle. But that's not the end of it by any stretch. Look at this. Likely flash flooding near Jackson, Mississippi, up through near Little Rock and extending all the way into Missouri. So, Alex, I think this is the big story. It's not just going to be a coastal event. It's going to be an inland event. And water, especially the inland flooding, is probably the most life-threatening aspect of this that's going to impact the most people.
We've seen it so many times with other tropical systems, so something we're definitely going to watch. And we could see the storm surge issues along the coast. Parts of Louisiana included. The town of Grand Isle, one of the areas that we're watching. That's where meteorologist Mike Seidel this evening. And Mike, in addition to the surge problem, we've already had rip current issues where you are as well, unfortunately, fatalities.
Yes, last night around 7, we were right here about 3 miles down the beach. 2 young brothers, 8 and 10 years old, perished. They drowned, an undertow and rip current. Their stepfather tried to save them. He's in critical condition. Their 12-year-old cousin, she's in the hospital and is expected to make a full recovery. Let's talk to the mayor, David Camadel, from here in Grand Isle. He's been the mayor since 1994. Let's first address the tragedy that struck here just a few weeks after we had a drowning from a rip current in the same location on the west end of the island.
Yes, sir. It was a tragedy because when I got the call, we was putting pumps on the other side. But we trained the 3 young ones that passed, the 2 of them that passed away, and I believe the 12, 13-year-old is still alive, and the other one is it's in critical condition, like you said. But the currents are strong. You know, we got rocks on that side of the island, on the western side, and we're doing construction work on that side, and there's a lot of rip currents. And I know you talked to the commander of the Coast Guard, which was at the site, and my EMTs and my firemen. They all did a wonderful job and trying to save the two young ones. You know, it was unbelievable. But we're asking the people to stay off the beach. This is the type of the year. June the 1st starts off the hurricane season, and that's where the rip currents, as you can see behind, and in that area it was devastating.
And they went around the barriers, the barricades, and now you, the city, is going to install something a little bit, hopefully, that will keep people from repeating what they did last night at 7 o'clock.
What it is, we had put barriers, cement barriers and beach closed, and they just kept on, you know, they work around themselves. And I'm not saying just them, just quite a few people, they love to come to the beach.
Right.
But, you know, of all times, you know, with this type of situation, it's a tragedy. But we're going to start putting, after this is over with, we're going to put 3,000 to 4,000 feet of more fencing and make sure that we protect it. And keep out of that zone on the western side of Grand Isle when you come into the island. This is where construction is going on with the rocks. Caminada Pass is right there. This is where the currents are coming in right now as we speak. And I'm asking the people, stay away from the rocks because of the rip currents. It's terrible.
Okay, real quick, we have about 30 seconds. Give us an idea of what's ahead. High tide tomorrow morning around 11 a.m. with the pumps and the water coming in from the north side.
Yeah, right now we got a total of maybe 16 pumps. Some of them, in case electricity goes out, we got backup generators. And also we just got, between the 16 of them, we got some 12-inch pumps that we put in that's like piggybacking on the ones that we have. But the main concern right now, we're going to get a lot of water from the back. And what's going to happen is going to flood the area, the back of the island. So in the meantime, we prepare for once it starts falling out. And once it comes over the levee system, and where we don't have levees, it'll come in, but we're going to have to pump it out. And usually with a storm like this, it takes about 75 to 76 hours to pump it out.
Okay.
So have patience with us. Let's get it over with. And then we're going to make sure that we bring everybody back to Grand Isle.
Get the sun back out here.
Exactly.
Okay, Mayor David Commandale, thanks for joining us here in Grand Isle. Again, rain showers here, but nothing like they've seen east of here. Meteorologist Tevin Wooten is Pensacola Beach. And Tevin, the worst weather today, as far as the wave heights and the rain and the tornado threat, has been in Florida, not over here in Louisiana. What you can tell us right now at 4 Central there on the beach?
Mike, good afternoon to you. We are live here in Pensacola Beach, Florida, in Santa Rosa County, and let me tell you, in Escambia County as well. Let me tell you here, the waves are certainly strong for much of the northern Gulf Coast. Take a look at this, 9 to 12-foot waves breaking in here, that coming out of the National Weather Service, and you can sort of see how some of the sand is also being carried in with the whitecaps as well. That's because the waves are crashing in near the sandbar. Now, the beaches are open, however, the water is closed because of the high risk of rip currents. And then just beyond that, in the Gulf of Mexico, look at those dark and stormy clouds. Really, that's been the theme as we've gone throughout the entire day. Those outer rain bands far removed from the center of the storm, crashing through here, driving through very quickly at a large and a very quick clip to close to 25 to 35 miles an hour is how quickly some of those storms were moving through. Because they were small and because they were fast moving, it was enough to just certainly aggravate people that were out here on the beach. They quickly go in, almost like ants scattering at times, sort of amusing to watch, of course, hoping nothing bad or terrible happens. However, but just as quickly as people run in, the showers are done and people come right back out. And so people are going in and out of the beach, going back into the hotels, then coming back out, much like what we see now, just light rain showers. However, some of the strongest activity that we have seen has certainly added up, close to 3/10 of an inch of rainfall in about an hour's time. And as we've seen throughout the entire day, we've picked up close to 4/10 of an inch of rain. So what does that look like as we go throughout our forecast period? Well, I think we do have another 4 to 5, maybe even 6 inches of rain that could cause some flash flooding for some of the lower lying areas. And also with the surge, excuse me, with the storm surge, I am sort of concerned about Escambia Bay and areas in northeastern Pensacola because of that strong push of winds, ultimately, Alex, creating that strong push of waves as well. So that's the latest here from Pensacola Beach. Alex, let's send it back to you.
Yeah, you know, even when the weather gets nicer, it's still going to be dangerous in the water. So if you're at the beaches, have fun, but please be careful. Tevin, we're going to be checking back in with you. Thanks. I want to take you to Biloxi, Mississippi right now. We have been dealing with heavy rain off and on throughout the day. We've got our tropical storm warning, storm surge watch in effect, or warning in effect as well. Tonight, you can expect those wind gusts as high as 40 miles an hour. So the wind's beginning to pick up. Felicia Combs, our meteorologist, is there. Felicia, I would imagine it is much more active than it was this time for you yesterday. You've seen some serious changes.
Yeah, definitely, Alex. Huge difference today. We went from sunny skies, tons of heat yesterday to rain on and off so far in Biloxi. Now, I will tell you, pretty quiet right now, but this is certainly the time of transition. We're going from the quiet day, the heat, the sun that we had yesterday. So you may notice things are blowing around. My ponytail's blowing around because that wind is beginning to pick up. It's going to continue to pick up. I also want to point something else out to you here. If you look behind me, you'll notice that rain, those dark clouds. That's just one pocket of the rain that's trying to make its way onshore at this point. Now, initially here in Biloxi, we're going to start to see some broken pockets of rain. You'll notice as Rodney pans over there that there's not rain everywhere. However, around 50 miles offshore, we've got a pretty good band of rain. If we take a look at the current radar, what's going on, that solid band of rain, once it moves onshore here in Biloxi, we're going to have hours and hours of rain. And of course, that is going to lead to that possibility for some flash flooding problems. Once it starts raining tonight, we're really going to see rain being a big part of the story as we head through Sunday, pretty much all day, even into Monday. For this area locally, we're saying 4 to 8 inches, maybe some higher amounts, especially along that I-10 corridor. You could certainly see some ponding on the road. So if you are trying to plan on leave, we actually talked to some people earlier who are here from Atlanta, and they were like, well, should we leave? We don't want to drive in the rain. And I was like, well, you know, once it starts here, it's going to be coming, and you might get breaks here or there, but that's why we're expecting the rainfall to add up so much here, and that's going to make this a dangerous situation. And then also the storm surge could be a problem here. That's why we have the storm surge warning, 3 to 5 feet for this area in Biloxi. And we know, Dr. Nab, storm surge is one of the most deadly things that you have to deal with, one of the most destructive things you have to deal with in terms of tropical systems.
Yeah, and Felicia, you're in one of those places that could experience both saltwater flooding and rain-induced freshwater flooding. So water is going to be a problem along the Mississippi coast, and that's why we have storm surge warnings. Where Felicia is in Biloxi, that's kind of the eastern extent of this storm surge warning. Then it goes through Gulfport and Long Beach and past Christiana and Waveland. It's outside of the hurricane risk reduction system. So New Orleans itself and Lake Pontchartrain are not in the storm surge warning, but Lake Bourne is. And then we have the storm surge watch, Grand Isle westward. So this is where there's the danger of life-threatening saltwater flooding from the Gulf of Mexico. And if local officials have told you to get out in that warning or watch area, you got to get out. It's the only way to be safe from this saltwater flooding. Outside of those storm surge watch warning areas, we also have coastal flood advisories where the threat isn't as great, but it could still get you into trouble if you're driving on a coastal waterway or you park your car there. You could run into some water-covered roads. You don't drive across a saltwater-covered road any more than you would drive over a freshwater-covered road. Now, we got to get all these preparations to get out of these storm surge-prone areas before the winds of tropical storm force arrive, before the weather gets bad, because then it's too difficult, dangerous to be on the road. So that's late tonight, early tomorrow morning, okay? So you want to get done into your safe place by tonight when you go to bed. The large size of the system, again, is what is causing this push of water. Look at all those isobars. That's where the aiming of the winds is directed, and it's also because we're so shallow here. That's why this large area of the Gulf of Mexico is so prone to storm surge rather than waves on the coast. We already have some modest water rises on the coast. We're headed into low tide, but these values could be realized tomorrow because, look at tomorrow morning, Alex, late tomorrow morning when we have the maximum onshore push, that's when the tide could be the highest as well. So it's right around here. That combination of timing could be bad trouble. The highest storm surge values that we'll get.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a duo we do not want to to see. So going to watch those areas closely. I also want to head over to Tampa, Florida, because you talked about how far those effects would extend. You don't have to be anywhere near the cone to get in on the very heavy rainfall. So this is why we're also concerned about just the possibility for some flooding. Take a look into the early morning hours of Sunday, likely getting some drenching rainfall around Tampa. And I would say throughout the afternoon and evening, even into the overnight, more opportunities. How about New Orleans, the Big Easy? You can anticipate those 20+ mile-per-hour gusts to begin now. Late on Saturday, those continue all the way through late Monday. Now, the stronger gusts, they'll pick up tomorrow morning, continue into Monday morning. Rainfall forecast for the city, 5 to 8 inches. So very likely that we see areas around New Orleans in that half foot for rainfall. There's a look at the area forecast in the metro area. Again, half foot, very likely. The farther east you are, the more likely that you see the higher amounts. Western spots see lesser totals. So Lafayette may only be around an inch. Well, Cristobal will bring rain out to a lot of areas along the Gulf Coast. Not out of the question, some areas could even see a foot. We're going to talk about who next.
Okay, everyone, our most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 86 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 72, winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday, partly cloudy skies, high 90, winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday night, partly cloudy early with increasing clouds overnight, low 72, winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Well, you can imagine it's a busy time for the hurricane hunters. Already this early in the season, they are out doing really important work, collecting more data on Tropical Storm Cristobal. Here's a look at the team flying out into the storm yesterday out over the Gulf of Mexico. Cool. They are brave. They're in for a bumpy ride when they get out there in that storm. But again, doing really, really important work, getting us real-time information from that storm. Latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center: Cristobal, a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm with pressure 994 millibars. And what's really important to note about this storm, the size. It's really lopsided, though. I think even our amateur weather watchers looking at this going, gosh, I don't feel like it looks like a usual tropical entity. A lot of the action on the eastern side of this system. This is now moving north 12 miles an hour. So earlier in the week, remember, we were watching this thing just creep, if not sit still. So the fact that it's moving is putting us back in play. Beginning to see the impacts, beginning to pick up that wind, and a lot of rain, even some thunderstorms coming today into portions of the southeast, water spouts along the Gulf of Mexico, and that rip current danger also on the increase. So here is the forecast, looking at this system to move onshore late Sunday, early Monday morning. So as we go through tomorrow and into the first half of Monday, that's when things are really going to be going around the New Orleans area, eventually moving up into portions of the mid-south, Midwest. So heavy rain, Dr. Nab, is something that's going to remain a threat well into the start of next week.
And that is the biggest problem, I would say, that this situation poses. And it's typical of large storms because it lengthens the duration of the rain. You know, it's going to be, in some places, 2 days of rainy weather, and embedded in there is going to be some really heavy downpours at times. And so we've got flood watches from Baton Rouge and New Orleans all the way across the north central and northeastern Gulf of Mexico down the Florida Peninsula. That's where the flood watches are in effect. And tonight into tomorrow morning, it's northern and central Florida and along the panhandle coast that has the greatest chance. But then during the day tomorrow, that risk will extend westward into Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana. And because it's so lopsided, we're already starting to get the rain. That's why the problem is already starting. You know, don't worry so much about when landfall of the center is. We're already getting waterfall of the rains of the northeastern part of this system. And Florida's been taking the brunt of the heavy rain and occasional tornado warnings today. And look at that big band that's going to be coming in and skirting the west coast here. So that could be vicious lightning and heavy rainfall, maybe some flooding. And here north of Orlando and just east of Ocala, we've got a flood warning. It's in effect in Marion County, Florida, including the Bellevue community till 8 p.m. local time. And you're getting some training of those thunderstorms, and it's coming down quickly. More than 1.5 inches an hour is what's happening here. So you can envision that if you're in a place like Mobile or Pascagoula or New Orleans or Baton Rouge, we're easily going to get 1 inch, 2 inch, maybe more per hour rain rates, and it's going to rain for several hours. So you get the picture of why it's nowhere near being out of the question to get 6 inches, locally up to 10 or 12 inches of rainfall out of this. So here's the big concern tomorrow night into Monday morning, that New Orleans, Baton Rouge, all the coastal counties of Mississippi, and then a pretty significant risk around that is going to have flash flooding somewhere in there. And then the risk is pretty high up from Jackson, Mississippi. You know what a flood prone area you've been this year, up into the area like Little Rock. So this is going to be a big deal. So we've got to take this situation seriously enough to make sure we stay out of the water. You don't drive into it, don't drive on a barricade, don't play in it. And Alex, this could actually be a big enough flood problem that some homes might be threatened. So you want to call 911.
Yeah, do not go out and drive in it if water starts to inundate your home. Right. Yeah, call the authorities. Want to take a time out on Cristobal for a second because we do have a lot of severe weather to walk you through. You can see the winds, they are going in Cheyenne, Wyoming. The camera bumping around. You can see the trees blowing in the wind as well. Plenty of severe warnings across sections of the west. We've also got high wind warnings across portions of the high plains. So we take you into parts of Wyoming where we also have a tornado warning. It's a long line of thunderstorms that's also warned upon for the threat of gusty winds. But along that line there near the southwest side of Rock River, it's Albany and Carbon counties under a tornado warning until 3:30. So this storm has crossed over I-80, soon over 287 there locally. A lot of wind possible here out of our severe thunderstorm warning in Boulder, Broomfield, and Jefferson counties. So these storms are approaching the Denver area, bringing with it, in addition to the wind, lightning and some heavy rain. There are your watches. I mentioned severe thunderstorm watches out for portions of Wyoming, Nebraska, a little bit of Utah, and parts of Colorado. In addition, we've got that threat of just very strong winds across the region. So we look at the future radar, what we're going to be up against as we go through the next few hours, and we'll be watching for plenty of storms. We just lost it, so don't think it just turns off later this evening. We're going to be watching for more showers and thunderstorms as we move forward in time. We'll get that back up and going for you. Into tonight, greatest risk will be across portions of Nebraska and into South Dakota, a little bit of North Dakota as well, but clearly watching places into Wyoming and Colorado that we've got the warnings right now. Well, coming up, Tropical Storm Cristobal inching closer to the Gulf Coast. We are counting down the hours until it makes landfall, and we've got the live reports and expert analysis you can only get here.
Oh, we love our new home neighborhood.
Thing like that. Summer is just better when it starts with the Weather Channel.
Take a look. Some of the action from Cristobal. A water spout spitting off the Alabama coast on Dauphin Island. A lot of water spouts reported today, and that one actually moves on shore. So that's a tornado. Throwing a few of those beach umbrellas around. A lot of water spouts, though. You know, people, a lot of our reporters out there in the field have been saying as it rains, everybody kind of goes back into the hotel, then they get some sunshine, they go back out. A lot of people have reported and sent us photos of water spouts along the Gulf Coast today. This as that area of circulation. Tropical Storm Cristobal advances closer and closer to the Gulf Coast. Well, welcome back into our continuing live team coverage. We've got crews out there all along the Gulf Coast. One of those, meteorologist Mike Seidel. And Mike, the winds have really been picking up for you over the afternoon.
they have. We're sustained out about 20 miles an hour. And so I said, why put the hat on? Because twice it's blown almost all the way to Houston. Not literally, but so we've got these winds. And when the bands come in, we get the gust over 30 miles an hour. Now, let's go to the radar. Now, for the next hour or so here in Grand Isle, we're just going to be nickel and dimed by some light rainfall. It comes and goes, and occasionally you get a higher gust. But then you can see offshore where some of these squalls have had wind gusts. I checked one of the remote weather stations off the coast in the Mississippi Canyon, just gusting to 51 miles an hour. So it gives you an idea of what we're in for tonight and Sunday. Right now we got looks like a pretty decent shower off the coast right here. That's going to come in, but again, there's not a lot of red and orange on the radar right now in the short term, but that will change. The water is going out, believe it or not. Low tide tonight about 9:30 Central Time. The real concern is tomorrow morning's high tide. That is just before 11 a.m. That's when we're going to have to deal with some overwash, water coming in from the back of the island. But where we are, we're at the highest point of the island. We've got the berm and a very, very wide area between the beach and the building. So we're in a safe place. Where we are is not flooded since Isaac and then Katrina. And that was, what, more than 15 years ago. So we'll keep you updated. We'll stay safe here. But a lot more to come. Stronger winds, higher waves, and up to 4 to 6 inches of rain locally. Let's go back to Dr. Nab. You've got the latest. We got the 5 p.m. advisory in. Still forecasting a 60-mile-an-hour tropical storm to make landfall, maybe right here in Grand Isle, in about 24 hours or so.
Yeah, and I think the even more important characteristic of Cristobal is the large size, because the winds of tropical storm force extend almost 250 miles off to the northeast. Here's the center of circulation, and weather-wise, here's the center of action, right? It's where the heaviest rain is, but there's a lot of wind over a large distance in here. It's not just these 50-mile-an-hour winds happening right near the center. This is a large, lopsided system. A lot of the weather, a lot of the wind extend well away from the center of circulation, so don't get too focused on where the center is and when landfall occurs and all that, because this is going to be a long duration event, front to back. It's lopsided because of that middle upper level low over top of it. So there's a little bit of dry air coming in there. So there can be breaks in between rain bands. Here's the primary band, but we got some banding relatively close to the center that will perk up at times. But look at all those isobars. I mean, there's a lot of wind in here between the center and the coastline, even if there's not a lot of rain. So with the pressure of 994 millibars, there's going to be a lot of wind over the whole Gulf of Mexico, and you can see that in the buoys just north of the center. They're gusting to 34, way out to the east gusting to 34. So the wind field here is very, very large. As Mike was alluding to, we're starting to gust along the coast. Sustained winds not too strong on land. We've been gusting up near 30 at Pensacola, but this will be on the increase as tonight goes on, and we're expecting the max sustained winds tomorrow and tomorrow night when the center comes ashore to be about 60 miles an hour. But again, a lot of those impacts will extend way outside the cone, and because it's so large, a lot of this, even non-tropical up here, will be the same low for days up through the middle of the country. Tropical storm warnings extend fairly well inland to places like Baton Rouge and Mobile, so it's not just right along the beach. Winds of tropical storm force sustained could start arriving late tonight, early tomorrow morning. You want to be in your safe place and ready to ride out the storm by the time you go to bed tonight, because look at these gusts and how far they extend. This is a wind gust forecast from a global model. Might not have the details right, but you get the flavor. Gusting 50 to 60 miles an hour all the way over to the Florida panhandle. That's why you got those tropical storm warnings there. Could get sustained, 40 and gusts up to 60, and that could go a pretty good, decent ways inland. And we're going to have some isolated tornadoes associated with this. Alex, speaking of which.
Yeah, even into Florida right now, we're looking at an area basically 15 miles to the west-southwest of Disney World. You can see Orlando in the upper right-hand side of the screen. It's Polk County. This storm is moving north around 25 miles per hour. It's near Champions Gate right now.
Discover what's possible for summer
with the Weather Channel.
Our special team coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal continues right now. I want to get you back to that tornado warning in Polk County, Florida. This in effect until 6 o'clock local time. You can see Orlando on the top right side of the screen, and there to the southwest of Citrus Ridge, Adam Dean, our weather producer, has highlighted it. That's that area of rotation. This is moving to the north, and this is going to be one of the threats moving forward, even well outside of Cristobal's cone into the Sunshine State of Florida. We could be looking at more tornado warnings moving forward. So if you are in this part of Polk County, once you're in that lowest level, most interior room, you can see some strong thunderstorms even outside of that with heavy rain and frequent lightning. Well, our special coverage again continues right now. Here's what we know. We expect Cristobal to make landfall as a tropical storm along the Louisiana coast as we head into the overnight Sunday. That's prompted mandatory evacuations for Terrebonne Parish for Zone 1 there. Louisiana Governor John Bell Edwards has already declared a state of emergency ahead of Cristobal's arrival. And this is exactly what we don't want to see. Swimmers getting into the ocean. We've got rough surf. We've got really dangerous rip currents. Here you can see a lifeguard checking in on somebody. The swimmer able to get herself out of the water. But unfortunately, the concern will continue for very dangerous ocean conditions over the next few days, even after the storm has passed. So the weather gets nicer, the sun comes out, it gets more tempting to get back in the water, but I want you to make sure you're swimming at the guarded beaches, you're listening to the lifeguards, because the rip current danger, that's something that will be persistent even after the storm moves northward. Current wave heights, you can see some of those higher wave heights beginning to get closer to the Gulf Coast, and the strong winds on the east side of the storm will be onshore as we move into the overnight and tomorrow morning, so that threat of surge, particularly tomorrow morning, in combination with high tide. That water gets pushed towards the coast. Then you've got the high tide as well. So you could see some coastal flooding issues for parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and a lot of Florida. We're talking the Panhandle and the west coast of Florida. Storm surge potential for much of the Gulf Coast, that 1 to 3 foot, expecting that somewhere in that zone. The highest totals, your highest amount of storm surge is portions of Mississippi's coastline and then eastern Louisiana. Now, this does not include the New Orleans area. We do not think it's going to be a problem. That surge mitigation system, the levee system that was upgraded after Katrina, that's going to handle this one. 2 to 4 foot surge down towards a place like Grand Isle, where we find meteorologist Mike Seidel. Rip current risk, though, through Sunday remaining high along those beaches. So again, I know it's tempting to get out there in the breaks, the sunshine in between the storms, but got to think about that risk, moderate risk across the west coast of Florida. Dr. Nab, time is running out. You know, we look at Mike Seidel there, and the wind has really picked up. Now, this is going to be a very manageable storm for a lot of people to get through, but there are some things that you need to do, you need to think about right now to make sure you get through it safely.
And there are people inland that need to prepare for this, too. I mean, it's not just getting ready for what happens at the coast. We got likely flash flooding in New Orleans, Baton Rouge, all the way up into Little Rock and farther north from there. So we've got flooding to get ready for. So here are some last-minute things you can do to prepare for a flood. Get those sandbags. We've shown you here on Weather Underground many times during the week on television here what to do to fill a sandbag. Fill them about half full, and then you fold them over and you stack them on top of one another so they kind of make kind of a grid that can stack about 3 high. And it's not going to keep a 5-foot storm surge out, but it could keep minor to moderate flooding from getting to your structure. So get those sandbags filled and put them around your property if you're concerned and if you live in a low-lying area. You want to clear leaves and other debris from your gutters and put valuables and other documents into a waterproof container, and then take that and anything else really important like your computer you might have on a floor or some furniture and take that up as high as you can in your home, especially if floodwaters are encroaching upon your home. You want to take photos and video of the interior of your home so that if you do get flooding, you have that documentation of what you had before it floods and gets ruined for your flood insurance claim. And then make an off-site backup of your computer data in case something does happen to your phone or your device or your computer. Now, we also want to bring some things indoors. Tropical storm force winds, the gusts to 50, 60, 70 miles an hour that could happen. You want to bring a lot of these things inside. And also, if you've got rocks outside, if you've got time tonight, you might want to lessen the coverage of the rocks because the mulch is a lot less of a big projectile, right? But you want to bring in the grill, bring in the cooking equipment, bring in plants and planters, bring in any tools that you have that might be lying around in the yard, pool equipment if you have that, toys, patio furniture, any of this stuff can be flying around in the wind, and it's what flies around in the wind that causes the damage, not necessarily the wind itself. And Alex, we got a lot of things we can get to get ready for a power outage, fill those prescriptions, get cash at the ATM. There still might be time for some of you to do that tonight.
Absolutely. I want to get you back to Florida. New tornado warning. This one just on the south side of SeaWorld to give you some indication of where in Orlando this is. Orange County under the warning. Dr. Phillips, you can see that very clear area of rotation just to the east of I-4 there, east of Lake Buena Vista, west of Meadow Woods. This storm is moving north, so it's going to cross over for 482. If you're in the path of this one, if you're around the SeaWorld area, lowest level, most interior room, we'll continue to monitor the risk of tornadoes coming up.
With Dish, you get the
of Our Weird Earth, premiering next Sunday at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 86 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 72, winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday, partly cloudy skies, high 90, winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday night, partly cloudy early with increasing clouds overnight, low 72, winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back into our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. I want to get you caught up on this tornado warning in Orange County. This was located very close to SeaWorld, heading northward along that International Boulevard corridor. If you're familiar with the area, a lot of hotels, apartments, condos. There's the area of rotation located just along and to the east of I-4. This storm is moving to the north-northeast, headed towards the Universal Orlando Resort. Tangelo Park, Oak Ridge, Holden Heights, a few more communities in the path of this. So we've seen a pretty well-defined area of rotation, and this is not unexpected. This is something that we'll actually continue to watch for through the remainder of today as we look at the overall circulation of Cristobal advance closer to the U.S. And we've seen some of those heavier rain bands and storms working into parts of Florida today, and now the Orlando metro area getting in on that possibility. So right where you see I-4, that little hook on the storm, that is where we are anticipating that possible tornado. Again, you can see this is on the southwest side of Orlando. All across Florida, though, gosh, we have been swamped with heavy rain, and that's something that will continue as we head through the next really few days, Sunday and Monday, bringing more heavy rain across parts of Florida. Our Tevin Wooten is in a different part of the state of Florida. He's over in Pensacola. They're on the panhandle, so not in the cone, but you're going to be closer to the overall effects of Cristobal. The wind has really picked up.
Yeah, Alex, and I think that's a good sentiment for a lot of people along the northern Gulf Coast dealing with Cristobal, is that a lot of people won't be in the cone that would reflect the center of circulation, but a lot of people on the eastern side of that cone and the eastern side of that center will feel significant impacts, especially along I-10. We are here in Pensacola Beach, Florida. You just saw the lifeguard truck just go by. They are letting people know that the water is closed. The beach is open, however, so if you do want to brave the showers that are coming in with the outer rain bands, you'll have to come out and kind of enjoy it while you can, and then the outer rain bands come through, they clear it rather quickly, and then you can come back out once you go back in. So it's really just a dance to watch people with that rhythm that they get in. They think it's okay to be out here, and then all of a sudden the rain comes through, clears everybody out. A couple of people running back out here. They're here right now, but Can't get in the water, though, unfortunately, though. But one thing that we do have to watch out for, not just the winds that, of course, you can hear hitting against the microphone, but also the storm surge threat and, two, the rising water and the flash flood threat as well. Let's work our way westbound to meteorologist Felicia Combs. Felicia.
Thanks so much, Tevin. Yeah, we're here in Biloxi, Mississippi. We're at the Small Craft Harbor, and I can tell you this is a completely different scene than it was, say, about 10-15 minutes ago. We had just one pocket of gusty showers moving through. The wind was blowing, the boats were rocking, very, very heavy rain, stuff you don't want to be out in. And that was just one pocket of rain that's going to move through. Now, right now, obviously quiet, but behind me, you can see as we kind of pan off to the shore that there is rain coming. We've got a band of very heavy rain that's going to be moving in. And once that rain actually moves in, that initial band that's well offshore, that is going to bring kind of the beginning of the rain that just keeps coming. While there will be some breaks on and off here, expecting quite a bit of rain in Biloxi, so the freshwater flooding or the rain flooding possibility is a danger. But also, as you'll notice as we look out, quite a bit of water around us. Storm surge is a problem here, but not just here. Mike, that's something you have to worry about in Grand Isle as well, the multiple different types of flooding.
Yes, and here on the beach here in Grand Isle, the water is going out. It's trying to go out, but the wind increasing now, sustained at about 20 miles an hour, is pushing the water back towards the coast from the Gulf of Mexico. Boy, this looks a lot different. If you were watching us this time yesterday, it's a whole different ball game out here because of the swell and the wave action, that wind and the wind energy creating the waves. And right now, it's hard to tell. They're breaking way, way out there. We're probably around 6, 7, 8 footers. This time tomorrow, 14, 15, 16 footers. And by the way, even though the tide has been going out now since 10 a.m., so we're talking, what's that, about 6, 7 hours? Look at what it's doing on the beach. The entire beach is still pretty much underwater when some of these waves come up. So that's the force of the wind going against the water trying to go out. So we're really concerned about high tide tomorrow morning at 10:55, and Dr. Nava just checked the gauge, and right now the water is running about 1.5 feet above where it should be, predicted values.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, we got a busy afternoon because we're starting to get more and more warnings, both flash flood warnings and tornado warnings in Florida on that northeastern quadrant. Here we are just west of Tampa in the Clearwater area. In fact, the city of Clearwater and Clearwater Beach, you are in this tornado warning until 6:15. Dunedin and Palm Harbor also in that as it moves straight north. This is the velocity signature right there just north of Largo, about to maybe go right over downtown Clearwater. Lowest level, most interior room, take shelter right now.
The fighting spirit is one for all the love it holds.
Welcome back into our special continuing live team coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. Gulf Coast states bracing for a landfall within the next 24 to 36 hours. Thanks for staying with us on this Saturday. I'm meteorologist Alex Wilson. We've got full team coverage, including our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. Get to them in just a moment, but I want to start things off with a tornado warning here in the state of Florida. This is near Clearwater. It's Pinellas County under the warning. Clearwater, Palm Harbor, you can see to the north under this warning. This is kind of following right up 19A. There's that area of circulation just to the north of 590. You can see where the greens and the red match up to the east side of Clearwater there. Adam Dean highlighting that for you. That's that area of circulation, and this is something we've really seen increase throughout the day today. Water spouts and also tornado warnings. We are beginning to see that overall east-loaded circulation of Cristobal make its way towards the state of Florida and into the Gulf Coast region. Winds have picked up, and that tornado risk will remain. So we're looking at some of the cities in the path of this one. Palm Harbor around 6:13 local time. If you're in the path of this storm, as always, lowest level, most interior room, stay off the roads. If you know somebody who might be out on the roads, give them a call and let them know that it's headed their way. But I want to check in with our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, we have anticipated the movement that we're now today seeing. This is getting closer to the Gulf Coast. We've seen things really increase down where, say, Mike Seidel is. Wind, but especially water, continue to be the big threats.
Yeah, and it's going to be a long duration event. I mean, you're going to have bad weather for like 2 days in a lot of places starting tonight, and it's going to last into Monday, okay? And that's because this is a large tropical storm. It is lopsided. It is loaded off to the northeast, and it's like some 400 miles across in terms of the extent of winds of tropical storm force, even where it's not raining, okay? But it is raining hard on the northeast side, especially this big primary band and a lot of the other bands that are extending northeast of there. And this is the area here from, Tampa, Orlando northward, where we've got the greatest threat of heavy rain and flash flooding, but also this band, when it comes into Fort Myers, Sarasota, that's going to be problems as well. But here we are just east of Ocala in the Bellevue, Florida area in Marion County, where there's now a flash flood warning until 8:45 local time. It's just training in the same direction. It has rained a lot already today, and we are getting nearly 1.5 inches per hour rain rates along this corridor. It comes and goes, but over the last few hours we've been getting those rain rates in this general area. And here's one report from the area called Santos, which is near Bellevue. They've had over 4.5 inches of rain today, and other observation locations around that area getting that 3.5, 4.5 inch total. So, and this isn't a far-flung band, okay? This isn't really in the area that's going to get the persistent training over a couple of days, because that's going to happen, we think, farther to the west. New Orleans, Baton Rouge, the coastal communities and counties of Mississippi, all likely to get flash flooding tomorrow night into Monday morning. And I show you the cone, not so much to focus on the wind. I mean, it will be a tropical storm inland to some distance, but then this will be a depression and then a non-tropical low. The main problem with a big low following this path early to middle part of next week is the moisture that it's going to take northward. So starting Monday night into Tuesday morning, likely flash flooding for places like Jackson, Mississippi, getting close to Little Rock, and a non-trivial chance up into Missouri, Memphis, St. Louis in the mix there as well. Now look at these rainfall totals. The European model, global model, has been routinely spitting out 8 to 12 inch rainfall totals. On a previous run that was focused over New Orleans, it's been moving back and forth. We don't know exactly where the highest totals are going to fall. And look at this, how northern Florida, Jacksonville to Tallahassee, a heavy rain corridor. The bottom line is this is going to be a big rain producer with potentially life-threatening flash flooding. The GFS model, big corridor there, 5 to 8 inches. And then it goes north from there. This is definitely going to be an inland event. 5 to 8 inches in a lot of spots here from Arkansas all the way up through Iowa and Minnesota, with the moisture at least partially associated with Cristobal. GFS is similar. So that is the problem with a large tropical storm. It's not moving all that fast, all right? So from front to end, it is going to be a long duration event. And there's a lot of isobars in there, so even if you're not getting a heavy rain band, you can still be getting a lot of wind. We're getting gusts up near 40 miles an hour in a number of places at the buoys. It's starting to pick up along the coast here, gusting to 26 now at New Orleans, gusting to 25 miles an hour, Pensacola, Mobile. So Alex, tonight, the tropical storm force winds will eventually arrive tomorrow, and Monday going to be long days.
Yeah, you mentioned that long duration. We've seen the winds pick up where meteorologist Mike Seidel is, and that's something that's going to continue along the Louisiana coast. He's in Grand Isle. Let's check in with Mike Seidel. Mike, big difference between yesterday and today, and tomorrow looks to be even more active.
Yesterday this time, Alex, remember the sun was out, the breeze was light, people were in the surf, and now we've got rain showers coming in. Now, if you look on the radar, we don't have anything anytime soon that's going to be prolific, producing, say, wind gusts to tropical storm force. It's well off to our south and east, but over time, this evening, tonight, and tomorrow, we're going to see some of the heavier squalls come in as Cristobal draws closer. One sign that the wind has picked up, look at the sand now blowing on the beach. Obviously, we've got sustained winds now running 20, 25 miles an hour, so the wind has picked up. Always reminds me of covering a blizzard in the Dakotas. Here's the surf. Boy, Alex is right on the nose. This time yesterday, it was a whole different world. We had maybe 2, maybe 3 footers. Now they're breaking way, way out. It's like a giant washing machine here in the Gulf of Mexico. Remember, we're looking south. Water temperature, by the way, is 84 degrees. It's warmer than it should be. And we've been pointing that out all along, and that is fuel for the storm. But this storm is in train dry air. There's a lot of wind shear, and it's very asymmetrical. So because of those mitigating factors, we're not expecting Cristobal to get much stronger. Right now, officially making landfall tomorrow evening, maybe right in this area, right here on the island, with sustained winds of 60 miles an hour. Dr. Navis talked about the inland flood threat, 4, 5, 6 inches of rain, and high tide. Our concern, the high tide tomorrow morning, 10:55. Low tide is this evening. The tide has been going out since late morning. It hasn't had much of a chance because of that wind blowing the water on shore. So the beach is still underwater with some of these waves coming up as we go towards low tide, just because the water right now is running about 1.6 feet above where it should be. Storm surge watch here for a surge of 2 to 4 feet. Let's go back to Chris Bruin now. He is west of here in New Iberia, Louisiana, inland. Chris, the concern there will be prolific rain and inland flooding and flash flooding tomorrow, even into Monday.
Yeah, Mike, I want everybody who's been following the lead up to Cristobal to notice all of everybody else's shots and where we are. Notice the difference in weather conditions.
Bruins Mike up and going in just a moment. I want to show you right now some of that heavy rain advancing into portions of the Gulf Coast. At least some moderate rain that we just saw from Mike Seidel, but take a look at what's happening. Goodness gracious, over the state of Florida. We've got extremely heavy rainfall and also 2 tornado warnings. So this one is continued on the east, or rather west side of the city of Orlando. We've got Orange County under this warning, including Dr. Phillips, Maitland, Oak Ridge, and Pine Hills. These are communities in the path of this storm. This is a tornado-warned storm for radar-indicated rotation. It is moving to the north. The movement to the north is around 20 miles per hour. So this is an area that we think there could be a tornado spin-up. And this is very common with these tropical systems. And keep in mind, you're thinking, gosh, Alex, Florida is not even in the cone. Why are you talking about the tropical system? Well, it's so east-loaded that the overall circulation of this system and the moisture from this system is affecting areas well outside the cone, and that includes the state of Florida. We've seen water spouts today along the Gulf Coast, and now we've got the tornado warning. So tornado spin-ups likely to continue across the region. There you can see Pine Hills in the path of this one. This warning extends until 6:30. This is a continuation of that warning. We were watching the storm down near SeaWorld earlier, making its way up towards Universal Orlando, for those of you familiar with the area. Now, on the northwest side of that warning, we've got Sumter County under a tornado warning. This includes the city of Center Hill and also Wildwood. Watching that one. This one's moving to the north at 25 miles an hour, also radar indicated. Now, the National Weather Service does say this is going to remain over fairly rural areas of northeastern Sumter County, but if you're in Webster, if you're in Adamsville, Coleman, Center Hill, these are areas that do need to be concerned about that possibility of a tornado. That's on the south side of the Villages. Soaking rainfall happening right now across Florida, and that's why we're also concerned about the possibility of flooding moving forward. That heavy rain is going to continue. Felicia Combs in Biloxi, Mississippi. This is an area, Felicia, you're under that tropical storm warning, so we'll get the winds. Even though you're not in the cone per se, a lot of heavy rain, a lot of wind headed your way, so just goes to show you the east side of this system really where the action is.
Yeah, Alex, I heard you say it earlier about, well, why are we talking about this in Florida? Florida's so far outside the cone. Well, Biloxi is also outside the cone, as you mentioned, but this storm is so east-loaded that places like Biloxi along the southern portions of Mississippi really going to see a lot of these impacts. Now, Biloxi is a true water city. If you know anything about Biloxi, you know we've got water almost all the way around, at least on 3 sides of Biloxi. I'm going to take you on a bit of a tour from west to east. So as we pan over what you're looking at, as far as the eye can see, yeah, that's water. That's the Gulf of Mexico, portions of the Sound of Mississippi as well. And then as we slowly pan east, you'll notice that we've got those darker clouds offshore. That is that rain that we're watching that's going to continue progressing toward Biloxi. But we're going to keep going. The water doesn't stop there, and that's why storm surge is going to be one of the biggest hazards here as we continue to look eastward. Eventually, we could swing it around far enough that you would see the Bay of Biloxi, which actually wraps around to the northeast of Biloxi. So northeast of the city of Biloxi, you've got the Bay of Biloxi, and then to the south, you've got the Gulf of Mexico water all around. And here's the problem. We're going to have really persistent southeasterly winds for a really long time, and that really causes that storm surge to add up. That wind energy just piles that water up, and that's why we have a storm surge warning here in Biloxi. 3 to 5 feet is the possibility. That's the prediction from the National Hurricane Center. Other hazards going to be that rainfall. It's pretty quiet right now, but we've seen some heavy rainfall as well. River flooding could be a problem. We do have that a flood warning for the Biloxi River near Lyman. So a lot of different hazards that we're going to have to look at here in Biloxi, and then we're going to throw on top of that the possibility for some tropical storm force winds. Things will continue to deteriorate here as we head through tonight, and especially tomorrow. I think Sunday is going to be a rough day along that I-10 corridor, but especially for places here like Biloxi. So of course, you want to make sure you're prepared. We had beautiful weather yesterday, a bit of a difference today. Today's kind of your day of transition, and you'll really begin to notice things going downhill tonight and into tomorrow. So the peaking of the storm surge actually expected to continue even into Monday as those winds continue onshore. So lots of different things to consider here in Biloxi and along the Gulf Coast, and expecting the rain to pick up again within the next hour or so. Dr. Nab.
Yeah, Felicia, so many hazards happening on this northeastern side of the system. It's all kind of associated with this primary band and the shape of the coastline pushing the water, the salt water this way, and there's bad weather associated with all of this. So this is really where the center of action is, this part of the storm right now. And again, we still have a flash flood warning here that's just east of Ocala in the Bellevue area until 8:45 local time. And Alex is going to update you on all the tornado warnings. But you see how this whole area is occupied by multiple kinds of warnings. So this is all happening some 300-something miles northeast of the center of circulation, right? That's so right-loaded. And because it's such a large storm, it has what we call a fetch, right? It has the ability to push the salt water of the Gulf of Mexico like a big old spatula, just shoving all of that salt water around to the north central and northeastern Gulf of Mexico. So that's why there's water rises happening and why we've got a storm surge warning. So this is the other water problem. We've got the flash flood problem, the fresh water. We got the salt water problem, the storm surge, and we got the storm surge warning here from the mouth of the Mississippi around to Gulfport and Biloxi. It does not include New Orleans. They're protected in this case by that hurricane risk reduction system. If you're told to evacuate from any of these watch and warning areas by local officials, you got to go. Also, you want to watch out driving around coastal roads, or don't want to park your car along the coast where you have these coastal flood advisories outside of the storm surge watch warning areas, because we've got those water rises happening in a large area. And late tonight into early tomorrow morning is when the sustained winds of tropical storm force are probably going to start arriving. So you got to have all these preparations done tonight. And again, because of the lopsided nature of this storm, we've got all of these isobars in this area. So even where there's not a lot of rain, there's a lot of wind that's pushing things around. And the shape of this coastline is what's catching that maximum storm surge. It's also the shallow shelf for a long distance away from the beach that contributes to this. And right now, we've got some modest water rises here, Dauphin Island, near the mouth of the Mississippi River. And those values are going to be going up because tomorrow morning late, Alex, we're going to have the maximum of the onshore push from the storm and the high tide.
Not a combination we like to see. You mentioned those tornado warnings. Let's get you back to them. Tornado warning here in Orange County. This is the west side of Orlando. A spotter reported a funnel cloud on this one. Fairview Shores, Maitland, Pine Springs, I believe was the name. Some of those are just communities in the path of this one. This is, or Pine Hills, moving north at 20 miles an hour. You can see where it is now, due west of downtown Orlando. That storm continues northward. So Lockhart at 6:25 local time. To the west of that, we've got Sumter County under a tornado warning. This continues for communities like Oak Ridge. We've got more coming up after this.
Our Weird Earth, next Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 86 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, partly cloudy early with increasing clouds overnight. Low 72. Winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday, intervals of clouds and sunshine. High 91. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday night, partly cloudy. Low 72. Winds northwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing special live coverage here of Tropical Storm Cristobal as it approaches the Gulf Coast. Again, thankfully we do not have a major hurricane on our hands, but we do have a tropical storm, and it is going to come with implications. You know, believe it or not, remember Barry last year? A lot of people did a lot of preparations, and in many folks' homes, it underrepresented, right? But here in parts of Iberia and St. Mary's parishes, we had quite a bit of devastation, especially with storm surge. Now, this is a very different storm. We have a different location, and it's coming in off towards the east of here, at least as the forecast stands right now. So take note of the sky conditions where we are. Here's Bayou Teche, okay? There's downtown New Iberia. Population of about 30,000 folks. We're about 20 miles south of Lafayette, Louisiana, if you're familiar with Louisiana at a whole. And we're about 30 miles north of the Gulf of Mexico. Here's the deal, though. We've been fairly dry. We haven't really seen much rain at all today. Yesterday was sunny all over the place, right? Even driving in from New Orleans, we had sunshine abounding. There's a lot of dry air. I want to show you the water vapor and what we're dealing with, especially being on the west side of the circulation, where everybody else who's stationed for the storm is on the east side of the core, from Grand Isle to New Orleans into the Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. So you're going to see very different conditions off towards the east than you are on the west of the center of the storm. So don't just focus on where the center goes. This is a very discombobulated storm, and most of the energy is going to be in those outer bands, not near the core, where we're going to have some of the worst weather. In fact, cities like the Gulf Coast of Florida may end up with some of the worst of the weather because of the tornado threat that we're already seeing there today. We've got a little bit of a shower coming in, but that's really been the case, guys. We are going to have thunderstorms through the rest of the afternoon. They'll be hit and miss, but going into tomorrow, we'll really start noticing an increase in those winds, Alex, and that's when we'll see the worst of the weather. But rainfall totals here on this side of Louisiana are going to be much lower than what we're seeing, say, towards Baton Rouge and certainly over to New Orleans and then Pointe from there.
Yeah, really interesting how the rainfall totals cut off pretty sharply as you head towards places like Baton Rouge. Chris Bruin, thank you so much. We're going to be checking back in with Chris throughout the show. Want to walk you through, if you're just joining us, just wondering what the latest is on this storm, Cristobal, a tropical storm with winds at 50 miles an hour. But as Chris mentioned, this is very east-loaded, very lopsided storm, and a lot of the action has been focused on the eastern side of this system. So it will continue north. You can see a lot of sunshine over into parts of western Louisiana and places where Chris Bruin is. You saw how much sunshine he was dealing with. Again, our storm moving north, landfall probably coming by the time we get into late Sunday, early Monday. So it's going to be later tomorrow and into the early hours of Monday that the center of the storm makes landfall. But you take a look at where the cone is and you're going, okay, well, we've got Biloxi, we've got Mobile, we've got just about all of Florida. These areas are all going to see heavy rain, gusty winds, possibility of tornadoes because the system is so east loaded. So Dr. Nab, I think sometimes we get caught up in the cone. The flooding potential is going to extend well outside of that.
Yeah, this is one of those cases where we have to break our obsession with the cone and with the center and with landfall and all that, because this is a large system with tentacles spread out all across the Gulf of Mexico, even southern and central Florida still in the mix here, and Louisiana's weather is going downhill. This is 400 miles across in terms of the extent of winds of tropical storm force. And the overall envelope is even larger than that. So we got to focus on the size here as being one of the big problems. Now, we got some nasty thunderstorms in a primary band that are about to come into Fort Myers and Sarasota and Tampa. But inland from there, we've had a lot of rain today in an even more far-flung outer band. And just southeast of Ocala, in south along I-75 from there in Marion County, in the Bellevue area especially, they've had a lot of rain today and a lot very recently, and it's still coming down. Flash flood warning. This is a get off the roads warning, okay? And it's in effect till 8:45 local time. Routinely, we've been having hour after hour of an inch and a half per hour rainfall rates. And, you know, these areas here are getting pushing half a foot here along that one little corridor. That's what training outer rain bands can do. So that gives you a taste of what can happen in a place like New Orleans or Baton Rouge. Overnight tonight, you're going to start getting your first training rain bands. And that is just the beginning of what is probably going to be a 2-day onslaught of occasional training heavy rain bands. And so if you imagine an inch, 2, 3 inches per hour in some of these downpours, it is going to add up, okay? And the global models are picking up on that. 8+ inches coming out of the European model. Now, this bullseye of the 8+ inches has been moving around. It was over New Orleans earlier runs. It's been back and forth. But this whole area is at risk for very significant rainfall. Somebody's going to get a foot of rain. I'm nearly convinced of that. GFS, similar pattern. And it goes inland from there. This is not just going to be a coastal event. We've got Arkansas, Missouri, Iowa going to get a lot of the moisture from the inbound moving low. So, Alex, we know that these are not just coastal events. We know that inland flooding kills, especially in cars. We just got to convince people to stay off the roads.
Yes, please, you know, be smart, make good decisions as this storm comes through. Totally survivable storm. Should be just fine. We're going to have more updates coming up as our continuing coverage is back.
Need a nice... Summer is just better when it starts with the Weather Channel.
Well, take a look at this time lapse. Love a good time lapse. Dauphin Island, Alabama, the clouds coming in, the swimmers going out. Not really in the water. Many of the beaches along the Gulf Coast, the water not allowed in it, but you can get out there on the beach, dip your toes in. Got to stay on the sand because it's been really dangerous in terms of rip currents. And, of course, you can see the beaches clear awfully quick when the rain showers move through. Expect much more of that as we head into our Sunday. We welcome you back into our continuing live team coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. I am meteorologist Alex Wilson. We've got crews stretched out along the Gulf Coast monitoring conditions as the storm approaches. And, of course, here in-house, we have expert analysis you can only get here. Our hurricane expert, former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Knabb. Check in with him in just a minute. But I want to start with Chris Bruin. He is in New Iberia, Louisiana. Chris, we talked about the rainfall totals across the state of Louisiana. It really is all about where in the state you are because we think those are going to be cutting off the farther west you go.
Yeah, and it's going to be a drastic cutoff. Alex, thanks for pointing that out. For people who live in Lafayette and here in New Iberia, certainly as you go over to Lake Charles and farther north from there, you're not going to be seeing a lot of rainfall. Yeah, we're going to have occasional thunderstorms, and they could put down a quick ½ inch to an inch, but they're not going to be as widespread as what we're going to see on the east side of the storm. So cities like New Orleans, we may end up with 4, 5, 6, 7 inches of rain compared to here where we may only end up with maybe 1 or 2 on the higher end. So it's really going to depend on where the storm is and where you are in retrospect to that core, because the bulk of this moisture is far east and removed from the center. That's why all the heaviest rain today has been in Florida. In fact, some of the totals we have seen off the Gulf Coast or are about to see are going to be very more impressive than what we're going to see here throughout the rest of today, at least for today. Again, we still have to get through the heart of Cristobal, and that's going to be tomorrow into Monday. Tomorrow night's really going to be go time, and that's going to allow storm surge issues for areas that are getting that onshore push. Because of where we are represented, we're not too concerned about storm surge. Our biggest threat will be the risk for some downed trees, some power lines, given the fact we could have winds over 50 miles per hour here in New Iberia, and also some heavier rainfall, so some ponding and localized flooding. But aside from that, we're going to fare by fairly nicely here in central and western Louisiana, so that's some good news. It's funny because Alex mentioned off the top, thunderstorms will clear a beach as quick as that. Well, Dr. Knabb, they do the same for boaters. We just had a little shower, probably lasted about 2 minutes, boats. And there were about 3 boats that just came in and loaded their boat off of the water to get out from the elements. But now the sun's coming back out. That's just the nature of these type of bands this early on as we see an approach to land.
Yeah, Chris, and those bands will get more and more frequent and more potent, so you're not going to have as many breaks. And once their break is over, it's going to be a little nastier with these successive bands. So it's when you go to bed tonight, when that sun goes down, you want to be off the roads and in your safe place in places like Louisiana and Mississippi for the duration of this big event. It's going to be a big storm that's going to last a long time, a couple days of rain for some of you. Winds of tropical storm force, some 400 miles wide, and the center of action is way to the east of the center of circulation over Florida. Band of thunderstorms about to come into Fort Myers, Sarasota, Tampa, and we still got our flash flood warning here just east of Ocala in the Bellevue area where they've had nearly half a foot of rain. So if you don't think you can get 6 inches in New Orleans, they've been getting it in Florida, okay? So you could easily get more than that in New Orleans and Baton Rouge. In fact, some places in here could get a foot locally, a maximum. A lot of you are going to get several inches. Several of you probably will clear 6, 7, or 8 inches. Likely flash flooding tomorrow night into Monday morning. And the low, even when it's not tropical anymore, is going to bring a ton of moisture with this big system in through Arkansas and Missouri. Likely flash flooding Monday night into Tuesday morning. Jackson up to Little Rock, and a number of places have an inland flood threat that could be life-threatening if you are not careful and don't stay off the roads. Because of that big system, we've got a lot of wind. The buoys are starting to gust above 40 miles an hour just north of the center, close to the coast, gusting at 36. On land, Grand Isle is gusted to 36. New Orleans gusting to 26. Pensacola, Mobile stronger than 20. These are not tropical storm conditions yet. That'll happen late tonight into early tomorrow morning. And just to give you a flavor, this model might not have all the details right, but just to give you an idea, in New Orleans, it could gust 50, 60 miles an hour easily. And even with the center going, let's say it goes near over Baton Rouge like this, the European model gust forecast shows, Pensacola in Monday morning could still be gusting to tropical storm force. And those winds will extend a good distance inland. And we've got the tornado threat even extending into tomorrow, Alex.
Yeah, and you're running out of time to get your home ready before this storm moves on shore. So straight ahead, we're going to go over some last-minute preps you may want to do to just fortify your home and your yard ahead of Cristobal.
Next Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Our extended live coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal continues right now. Let's get caught up on what we know. We expect the storm to make landfall as a high-end tropical storm along the Louisiana coastline late Sunday and into Monday. That's prompted mandatory evacuations for Terrebonne Parish in Zone 1 there. Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards has already declared a state of emergency ahead of Cristobal's arrival. Well, we welcome you back in. I want to show you exactly what we don't want to see, people getting into the water. I know you think those breaks in the storms gives you the opportunity, but you can see we got rough, high surf. We've got really dangerous rip currents. This swimmer able to get herself out safely, but you know, anytime you get in the water, you're at risk, the lifeguard's at risk, and you know, at those non-guarded beaches especially, you want to stay near the lifeguards even after this storm moves through, because this is a threat that could continue even when the weather turns nicer. That threat in the water, the rip currents, already we've seen so many people lose their lives because of the rip currents, so we want to prevent that. I know it's that time of year when a lot of us are at the beaches. We look at the current wave heights. You can see beginning to get closer, some of those more significant wave heights to the Gulf Coast. Our strongest winds focused on the east side of the storm, well away from the center of circulation. This is a very large storm, a broad storm. So the winds well outside of that cone. So I don't want you to get caught up on the cone and think, I'm not in it, I don't have problems. You're still going to get the rain. You're still going to get some gusty winds. And with that large system, that onshore push will be significant from, say, eastern Louisiana all the way into Florida Panhandle. You're going to be looking at that onshore push, and for some that's going to coincide with the high tide tomorrow. So coastal flooding, again, dangerous rip currents will be an issue. We look at our storm surge potential, 1 to 3 feet for a lot of the Gulf Coast, our potential. We look at areas from Mississippi into eastern Louisiana, 3 to 5 feet. So that would be where our greatest storm surge is expected. down towards places like Grand Isle, 2 to 4 feet of storm surge, and the rip current danger again highest along the Gulf Coast into the Big Bend, but still a moderate risk well away from the storm. Tampa to Fort Myers. Again, I know a lot of you are at the beaches this week or heading to the beaches. Make sure you stay on those guarded beaches. Listen to the lifeguards. Apalachicola, again, you got that onshore push, and then you've got high tide close to 8 o'clock on Sunday morning. So that's a time I want you to watch. Dauphin Island, Alabama. It's late Sunday morning, closer to the lunchtime hours that we see high tide. And again, with that onshore push, that could exacerbate our water rise. There are things, though, that we could be doing right now, Dr. Nab. Some last-minute preparations. Get your home, your yard prepared. Again, this is not, we're not talking about, you know, a storm that you really need to be worried about, but there are little things you can do to just get everything a little bit more organized.
Yeah, this is a very survivable storm. Mainly, we stay out of the water to keep ourselves safe, and that keeps responders like lifeguards and swiftwater rescue teams from having to come get us, right? So stay out of the water. We've got not just the coastal flooding that Alex was talking about, but the inland flooding, likely in places like New Orleans and Biloxi, up into Jackson and Little Rock. And so there are things you can be doing to prepare for the possibility of flooding. Sandbags are one good option. You can need to get some, fill them up halfway, and stack them around your property. That can be very useful to stack them 2 or 3 high so that you can prevent 1, 2, 3 feet of flooding from getting into your home. This is not going to stop a 5-foot storm surge with waves, but you stack them up in a pyramid against the building. You can stack them up even higher, fill them up halfway, fold them over, and you make yourself a little temporary wall. So that's one way to lessen the impacts of flooding around your home if water's encroaching onto your property. You want to clear leaves and other debris from your gutters so that water drains properly. You also want to put any valuables and important documents in a waterproof container and then put that up as high as you can in your house. You might need those documents and you want to preserve those valuables. And then raise computers, other electronics, furniture as high as you can in your home if water is approaching. And if you're in a very flood-prone area, you could do that now. If you're in those high-risk zones that we talked about that could get the flooding, take some photos and video of the interior of your home in case you need to file an insurance claim, and make some off-site data backups in case any of your devices fail or are flooded or something happens to them in the storm. Also, we want to get things out of the yard. Anything that could fly around, anything loose, bring it inside. Grills, cooking equipment, plants, planters, tools, pool equipment if you have that. And if you have a lot of rocks around your property, if you could go scoop those up, maybe put some that mulch down instead, that wouldn't be such flying debris. That's a good thing to do. Those tools can become projectiles. It's not so much the strength of the wind, it's what's flying around in the wind. Even tropical storm force winds can be damaging or even deadly. Bring in that patio furniture as well. Those are things you can do at the last minute to prevent damage outside. Now, we are probably going to see some power outages in some places, and that means stores won't be open if their power is out. If you have an important prescription that you need filled, fill it tonight. Get important over-the-counter medications, get cash at the ATM. They won't work in a power outage. Get batteries, a portable cell phone charger, and fully charge all your devices before the storm. Alex, these power outages can be surprisingly annoying and even dangerous or even deadly if you don't run those generators far from your home.
Yeah, a lot of times we hear about generator incidents or candles. So gather the flashlights now. Make sure you've got safe ways to keep the lights on and keep the power going. Well, we're going to take you back live along the Gulf Coast as our continuing coverage returns after the break.
Introducing new
Our Weird Earth, premiering next Sunday at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 85 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, partly cloudy early with increasing clouds overnight. Low 72. Winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday, intervals of clouds and sunshine. High 91. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunday night, partly cloudy. Low 72. Winds northwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And welcome back into continuing live coverage here of Tropical Storm Cristobal off of the Gulf Coast. We're live in New Iberia, Louisiana, where it's been relatively not a bad summer afternoon. We've had a lot of sunshine. We've had a few passing showers, very brief, but we have had a few passing showers, and that's really been the extent of the weather here. It's been hot, it's been humid, but the extra breeze is starting to pick up just a little bit as the core of Cristobal starts to move closer to shore, is helping to take an edge off of that extreme Louisiana heat that we have here. Briefly though, let's show you the sky conditions. We've got some blue sky. You've got a few thunderstorms off in the distance, but people are still out and about trying to make the most of their Saturday. We even had family photos going on by the beautiful live oaks that we have here around New Iberia. That's the situation in central Louisiana. Let's jump over towards our east into our neighboring state, Mississippi. That's where we find our own meteorologist, Felicia Combs. Felicia, what's the latest there? Have you seen much sunshine, or are you dealing with more gray stratus layer clouds and scattered thunderstorms?
Well, so far, Chris, yeah, we've certainly had quite a bit more cloud cover than, say, yesterday. Yesterday was a lot like you were describing today. Lots of sunshine, really beautiful day. A lot of people getting out there and enjoying it. Now, we've got a break in the rain right now. The wind is a bit breezy. There is quite a bit of rain offshore, and that has really been kind of the story here as we look off toward the Gulf. There you can see some of the darker rain clouds. But, man, earlier here, it rained hard, and it was gusty. We have some video of that rain from earlier here in Biloxi, and man, it was rough. I can tell you, it came in quickly and it lasted for quite some time. Very heavy rain coming down, rain blowing around. If you were stuck in that, then you were certainly dealing with reduced visibility if you happen to be driving, ponding on the roads. But right now we've got a break, and we're expecting things to continue to deteriorate here as we head into Saturday night and certainly into Sunday. Another place that's going to continue to see those conditions deteriorating, that's a little bit farther west in Grand Isle, Louisiana, where we find our own Mike Seidel. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Felicia, good afternoon once again, and the winds continue to slowly ramp up. In fact, just west-southwest of here, Port Fouchard, about 15 miles away, has now gusted to 38 miles an hour. You can see the sand blowing by me on the beach. We continue to have this very light rainfall. Now, off the coast, we do have some heavier squalls down towards the Venice area, where the mouth of the Mississippi comes out, and they're eventually going to rotate in. No doubt we're going to have some heavier rain squalls later on this evening, but right now, look at that. We got a little sun coming through this stratus overcast. Some temperatures stay in the upper 70s. It's warm, it's muggy, but the breeze is nice, as Chris mentioned, back inland in New Iberia. Tropical storm warning, storm surge watch. Water still running about 1.5 feet above where it should be. Those numbers may get as high as 2, 3, maybe 4 feet. And Dr. Nab, the high tide tomorrow morning, late morning, is the key high tide. Although the winds are still going to be pretty fresh onshore into Monday from the south, the real high tide of concern will be late morning.
Absolutely. When you line up the onshore push and the high tide, you've got problems at the coast. That's why you got the storm surge warning in that location. We've got a lot of problems over a large area. This is a large system. The max winds are at 50 miles an hour, but the winds of tropical storm force extend over an entire width of about 400 miles from southwest to northeast along its widest berth. But the center of action with the weather has really been in Florida today with that far-flung band. Now, we do have the NOAA hurricane hunters out there. They took off from Lakeland, Florida, got out before the weather really got bad there, right? But they've come in from the north, and now they're in the southeast quadrant. And in that southeastern quadrant, they're getting some winds on that SFMR instrument that sits on the underbelly of the wing, looks down at the ocean surface, and it estimates surface wind speeds. It's getting closer persistently to around 55 miles an hour. So we'll have the hurricane specialists at the Hurricane Center will have to digest that data, see if it's valid, and maybe the winds are going to come up a little bit. But that's what they're forecasting, right? They're forecasting this to be a 60-mile-an-hour tropical storm at some point before it comes ashore. But that's just the maximum sustained winds. Again, it's going to be wide berth. This is going to be kind of the path of the system. It's not just within that cone. And then this path is going to take a large low, bringing a lot lot of moisture, a lot of rainfall well inland up into places like Iowa, Minnesota. But my gosh, look at all those isobars. This is a lot of wind that is on the northeastern side of it, gusting to 36 miles an hour on a buoy just offshore, gusting to 38 just north of the center, gusting to 38 at Grand Isle, 26 at New Orleans, 20 plus in Mobile and Pensacola. And the global models have a decent handle, we think, on the overall sense of things. Look at this. We could gusting to 50 or 60 miles an hour in New Orleans sometime tomorrow. And even when it's over Baton Rouge, Alex, you could still be gusting to 40 way over in Pensacola. Big wind field.
Yeah, big wind field indeed. A lot going on with this storm, so we've got continued coverage for you here on the Weather Channel. We'll be with you all weekend, bringing you up-to-the-minute developments on this storm and, of course, live coverage from the field.